Good morning. Could the interpreter for English confirm you can hear me?
Very nice card. Color, I can't tell.
Interpreter for English. Good morning, everyone. Can the English interpreter hear me? Can the English interpreter hear me? Can the English booth hear me? On va essayer français. Est-ce que vous m'entendez en français? Interprétation français. Oui, merci beaucoup. Spanish interpreter, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. English interpreter, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Hi, Mr. Hobb. This is Isabel Calderon from the SPS team. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I can't. Do you have your? Sorry. I can't see your image. Do you have your camera on?
No, not at the present time. Let me
Okay. Do you want to try
start.
turning your camera
Yes, I
on?
can open the video. I'm now linking in with my private computer.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I see you have a headset, so that's okay for the audio. And then we will be sharing your presentation from the room. So you just need to let us know when you want us to move to next slide, and we will go to next.
Yeah, sounds good.
If everything goes as planned, your interventions should start about 11:30 more or less. You're of course more than welcome to stay online from now, and then after your presentation, there will be the Q&A session for the whole set of presentations just before. So gratefully
Yeah,
you
so
can
that's
stay until the end.
11:30. Yeah.
That if everything goes as planned, so if you can be online a bit before, that'll be
Yes.
great, and then you can also stay. We ask you to stay for the Q&A right after your presentation.
Yeah, what I'll do, I'll also try to link up through my professional computer, and this will also allow me to share it myself.
If you want to share yourself, we would need to do a test just to make sure there's no problem.
Okay.
And the session starting in 4 minutes. So.
All right. Okay. No, so that's fine. You share, and I'll
Okay.
simply say like pass on to the next slide.
Exact.
But you've seen
Okay.
my PowerPoint of this morning, I suppose.
Yes, we did. We
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
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 Thank you
See you
very
later
much.
then. Yeah.
See you. Ciao. Bye.
Okay, so it's 10 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all in the room. It's a nice and a bright morning here in Geneva. Tip of the day or another day is to have a walk in the botanical garden, just across the road. It's nice all year round, and the plant health people here might do some inspections as well. Welcome to the participant on Zoom, especially those on the American continent who have had an early morning this day. So yesterday we heard from international organizations and had a first round of public and private sectors perspectives on identifying and assessing SPS risks to determine import controls. And we will continue with two speakers in that session this morning. And I also want to recall what the chair of the SPS committee said yesterday, to be active and participate, take notes, and I would say to bring back home messages to the import control establishment, and also think what we can do better here in the SPS committee. At the end of the morning, so after the two speakers, we will have a round of questions and comments. And then at the end of the morning session, we will also have the Menti, where members are invited to type one key message of the morning session. Okay, so session 2 was titled Identifying and Assessing SPS Risk to Determine Import Controls. And we have two speakers, Ms. Hui Wen Wang, First Secretary, Permanent Mission of the Separate Customs Territory of Taiwan, Penghu, Kinmen, and Metsu to the WTO, and the industry perspective from Ms. Courtney Dorset, Vice President for Food Safety and Sustainability, Premium Peanut and the American Peanut Council, United States. So, Ms. Hui Wen Wang, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Hui Wen Wang. Today, I'm on behalf of our MPPO, AFIA, to present the risk-based control measures for imported plant and plant products. Next slide. Today's presentation, including 3 parts, first is import plant quarantine regulation, and second is AFIA's risk-based management model and our future. Next, please. And as we all know, the WTO members, if we want to implement our plant quarantine regulations or our quarantine measures, we have to, according to the SPS agreement, and comply with the IPPC, the ISPM standards. And our MPPO published the Plant Protection and Quarantine Act. This act is our domestic law. And then we established the list of commodities subject to import plant quarantine. So the regulated plant articles on this list must be declared to the AFIA for inspection. And AFIA also conduct the PRA based on the international pest standards and scientific evidence. And according to the results of the PRA, we established our quarantine requirements for each product that clearly define the plants and plant product which are prohibited or which are conditionally permitted to import. And then our import inspection, if the commodity are uncompliant with the import requirements, should be conduct risk-based measures, such as the document correction and reshipment, destruction, and treatment. Next slide. So this slide will show the AVS risk-based management model. This system, the Intelligent Plan Quarantine Expert System, we call IPQES system. This is AVS risk management model. And AVR established this model from 2017 and officially launched in 2019. And AVR identified the historical records of non-compliant cases and also identified the past interception ratio as the key factor for calculate. And then AVR using a dynamic calculation model to calculate the risk level of planned products and also calculate the sampling ratio. And we can see the slide, the left-hand side. Actually, the IPQS system, the risk management model, includes 3 small systems. One is a risk management system and the non-compliant system. So all the non-compliant cases will log back to the non-compliant system. And also including the past interception and identification system. So all the cases, the interception results, the past interception result of the case should be entry to this system. And next slide, please. And this slide is the whole process and all operations of the AVS risk-based management model. I need to spend few minutes on this slide. And as we know, all the plants and plant products arrive on the border, the importer and the applicant, they have to apply for import inspection. So our importer and all the applicant, they have to through our single window platform, also including the custom declaration. So they have to through the single window platform to provide application information. And all the application information will maintain in a quarantine application system. So those is information including who is importer, who is applicant, and of course include the consignment information. For example, like the type of plant products, such as the vegetable, fresh foods, and live plants, cut flowers, or seeds, or wood, or wooden material, and so on. And also including the country of origin. And then all of the application information will automatically connect to IPQES system, our risk management model. And as I mentioned last slide, the IPQS system have 3 small systems. So the IPQS system have the past infestation records of each case, and also have the non-compliant results with each case. And then the IPQS system will calculate and analyze the risk level corresponding to the plant products. And if the result is low risk or the high risk, they should be conduct different inspection ratio. For example, the AVR will discuss with our experts to set some sampling ratio. That's the risk gradient. So they will set in the sampling ratio corresponding to the risk level of the import products. And then the model will calculate and determine which cases should be conduct on-site inspection or should be conduct document review. And then after our inspector finish the in-pro inspection, our inspector have to feedback, just entry the log back the inspection result to our quarantine application system and IPQES system. And that is forming a cycle of learning to improve and enabling the automatic dynamic calculation to reflect the latest quarantine results and assist to make a risk management and adjust the quarantine measures. So we can see if the historical record is good, the calculation and the analysis will be ranking a low risk. And then the on-site inspection will be low. So next slide. We believe we use this risk-based management model will have some benefits for us because we are have some human resources problem. So we believe this mechanism could help us to more concentrated our human resource on high-risk product. And we believe this mechanism will be enabled to encourage our importer to urge the exporter and the export countries to conduct the pre-export management to reduce the interception ratio of the past and the non-compliance rate. And this mechanism is also can save cost because if the low risk product, they should not be conduct on-site inspection. They just need to perform document review. So the importer, they don't need to pay for handling container and on-site fees. Next slide. This is my last slide. AVR will continue to align with the international standard to optimize the risk management framework. And actually, AVR is also planning to introduce and integrate the AI technology to enhance the efficiency of the risk management. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Hui Wen, for this nice presentation of the risk-based control system for imported plants and plant products. Next speaker, Courtney Dorset. The floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the U.S. peanut industry and represent the American Peanut Council, a U.S. trade association that represents the entire peanut supply chain. The goal of the U.S. peanut industry is to work with country import control agencies and to supply, excuse me, and to supply high quality and safe peanuts for consumers around the world. Next slide. Today, I'll give a brief background on U.S. peanut exports, the WTO agreements and Codex standards that are important for the industry, as well as highlight industry actions we take to ensure we are meeting the food safety requirements for importing countries. Next slide, please. In 2024, total exports for peanuts and peanut products was approximately 550,000 metric tons delivered to 118 countries. The size and value of these markets vary greatly, with the top 6 markets accounting for about 87% of that total trade. Our top 6 markets include Mexico, Canada, the EU, China, Japan, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 2 years, the American Peanut Council and its member companies have been working to expand into new export markets. And this work is dependent on control systems facilitating successful trading relationships with U.S. exporters. Next slide. Next slide, please. The U.S. peanut industry depends on the science-based requirements established by importing countries, and we look to the science-based standards of Codex to set international food safety standards as recognized by WTO agreements. Speakers yesterday did a great job of covering the WTO agreements that are important for the peanut industry, so I will skip over that section, but I would like to highlight the Codex guidelines for food import control systems. Some key aspects that impact our industry include the recognition of controls applied by the competent authority of the exporting country, recognition of accredited laboratories, ensuring that controls are proportionate to the identified risks, allowances for or provisions for pre-export certification, and then provisions for the reconsignment, reconditioning, or even return of non-compliant shipments, depending on that risk. In all these areas, industry plays an important role and has responsibilities to facilitate the import of goods at destination. Next slide. So a key food safety issue for U.S. nuts and peanuts is aflatoxin. Aflatoxin is associated with a soil-borne fungus, Aspergillus fungus, that is ubiquitous throughout soils around the world. Climatic conditions really affect the prevalence of aflatoxin on any given year, and hot, dry conditions can make aflatoxin a greater concern. And so any given crop year, the prevalence of aflatoxin can vary as with geographical growing regions. The U.S. is aligned with the Codex standard of 15 parts per billion for maximum allowable levels for aflatoxin. And this is enforced by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. We know of 57 countries that also reference that Codex standard and 11 countries that have a less stringent or higher level of allowable aflatoxin. Next slide, please. So to ensure we're meeting 15 parts per billion or less of aflatoxin, the industry has implemented many mitigation measures at every point of the production and handling supply chain. These measures are based on on guidance from Codex, the American Peanut Council's Good Manufacturing Practices, American Peanut Sheller Association handbooks, and regulations from USDA, as well as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. The industry realizes that food safety begins in the field with a healthy crop, so our growers follow good agricultural practices, most importantly, applying irrigation when available and when necessary. So approximately 40% of U.S. acres are irrigated for peanut production, and irrigation can be a very significant tool for mitigating aflatoxin in years when drought exists prior to harvest. Our growers are sure to harvest peanuts at their peak maturity and dig them in a manner that eliminates or reduces the amount of damaged kernels. This is important for two reasons. One, the grower makes the most money on mature and undamaged kernels, and those kernels also maintain their quality aspects better in long-term storage conditions. After harvest, peanuts are dried down to less than 10.5% moisture, and excessive foreign materials are removed. These are important steps, again, for long-term storage. Drier peanuts, less foreign material, reduces the chances of mold growth during storage. After drying, USDA collects a random and representative sample using an automatic sampler device, and that is used to create the official grade for that load of peanuts. The farmer is paid basis this grade, and the factors that go into it are maturity of the kernels, foreign material, damage, etc. as well as the presence of Aspergillus mold. So SEG1 peanuts are the most valuable for the grower. SEG2 slightly less valuable due to increased damage, and SEG3 are the least valuable because of the presence of mold. From there, peanuts go into storage. They are stored basis segregation as well. SEG1, 2, and 3 are stored separately. And peanuts can be in storage for anywhere from just a few weeks all the way to a year or more, depending on crop size. So maintaining quality and safety of that product during the storage is very important, and that's achieved through proper ventilation, inspections, and monitoring of those warehouses. From the warehouses throughout the year, peanuts arrive at the shelling plant. All shelling plants are under FDA jurisdiction, and we are required to meet FSMA, the Food Safety Modernization Act requirements, and implement a preventive and risk-based food safety plan. Many shelling plants are also GFSI certified, so BRC, SQF, ISO 22000. FSMA and GFSI ensures that food safety risks have been identified and reduced to an acceptable level, if not eliminated. Upon arrival at the shelling plant, these peanuts are often regraded, an aflatoxin test is administered, and then throughout the shelling plant, it passes through specialized equipment and sorters that remove immature kernels and damaged kernels, which is important. These kernels are most associated with aflatoxin contamination. And at the packaging stage, USDA again collects a random and representative sample using an automatic sampling device that is in the stream of product flow. And that sample is used for the official grade for that finished lot of peanuts, as well as the aflatoxin test, which is conducted by US approved certified third-party labs. The grade certificate and aflatoxin certificate are tied to that lot by the lot number and accompany that product when it's shipped to the customer. If not immediately shipped to the customer, peanuts are placed into cold storage where the temperature and relative humidity are controlled to ensure that quality and food safety is preserved. And then upon shipping, containers are inspected per FSMA regulations, the sanitary transport rule. Desiccants are added to control moisture while in transit. And many containers are fumigated prior to shipment to ensure there are no pest infestations in the time it takes to get to the customer. So as you can see, many steps have been taken to make sure that we are meeting the food safety requirements and specifications of our customers. Next slide, please. Over the past few years, the U.S. industry has worked with the EU Commission and DJ Sante to build confidence that U.S. products meet the EU's very low maximum level of allowable aflatoxin. Listed on this slide are some of the studies. We've done simulated and actual shipping studies. The result of those studies was that there was no significant change to aflatoxin contamination of lots. We also did a comparison of aflatoxin testing methodologies, and the result was that the US certified labs and the EU reference lab produced equivalent results, and a sampling pilot project, which verified that different sampling procedures result in different outcomes, and illustrates the need to have a fully automated and truly random sampling procedure. Based on this work, we're confident that peanut handlers operating under USDA oversight and sampling provide products that meet country's science-based requirements. Next slide, please. So communicating and working with industry will help to enhance confidence and streamline the costly and often time-consuming work of import control authorities. It's important to allow for reconditioning, reassignment, and return of non-compliant shipments to facilitate the import of safe peanuts. And then countries officially recognizing USDA as the competent authority providing oversight, sampling, and inspection, combined with our industry best practices, supports an affordable, sustainable, highly nutritious, delicious, and safe food product for consumers around the world. I thank you for your time today and allowing me to talk about peanuts.
Thank you, Courtney. We then open the floor for questions or comments. And also on Zoom using the Q&A function. I can start with a question on Zoom from Bhutan. I think it's directed to you, Courtney. Can member countries maintain a less stringent aflatoxin standard than the Codex standard? If so, why is Codex standard called the global benchmark standard?
They can have a lower standard because countries have that, it is a science-based standard that is recommended. However, it is not, required that countries adopt those standards.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's recommended, but
Yes.
not required.
Okay, so I see two delegations want to ask questions, Korea and Japan. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Dorset, and I thank you very much, Ms. Dorset, for your very interesting and informative presentation on peanuts, which is my favorite types of nuts. The Korean government is highly interested in how exporters are promptly informed when an importing country strengthens or modifies its SPS measures. As you know, if exporters fail to respond quickly to such changes in import controls, it may result in significant losses. In this regard, I would like to ask, could you please share how U.S. peanut exporters are promptly notified when importing countries introduce or amend their SPS measures? And if possible, we would appreciate it if you could briefly explain through which procedures or channels this information is communicated from the government and to the industry. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Very good question. So the industry, the industry where I work, the shelling plants, work directly with the American Peanut Council, and the American Peanut Council works directly with USDA. So the information is funneled through USDA through APC and then to industry members.
Thank you. So Japan, you have the floor, to be followed by Chile.
Thank you. I have a question for Ms. Hui Wenwan. Thank you for your informative presentation. Regarding the system, I would like to ask about how you evaluate its accuracy. In actual operations, when the system determines that only a documentary review is required, there seems to be no direct way to confirm whether the system has misclassified high-risk consignment and allowed the entry of quarantine pests unnoticed. Could you please explain how you monitor and validate the correctness of the system decisions and how you address the possibility of undetected errors when evaluating the system's performance? Thank you.
I'm sorry because the voice is, I cannot really clear your question, but maybe I can just respond shortly. I know your question is focused on the how to setting the ratio and the on-site inspection or document review. Yes, I think because the detail, maybe my capital, the AVR will be more clearly, but I know they try to based on the risk level, the gradient maybe is really low low, medium high, and high, and maybe extremely high. And say they try to gradient the different risk level and to setting. Maybe low risk product should be conduct just by the document review, but maybe our risk tolerance, the threshold is medium high. If higher than medium high, maybe should be conduct on-site inspection and document review. Maybe 1 page on-site inspection of 30 pages. That means you need to select 1 page to conduct the on-site inspection in a medium high. And if the commodity is high or extremely high, and the commodity should be conduct 100% on-site inspection. And the AVR is usually discussed with our PI experts twice a year, maybe more than twice, to discuss this risk management model, and based on the science and based on the real interception result. Thank you.
Thank you. And then give the floor to Chile, to be followed by Turkey.
Gracias, presidente. Mi pregunta es para la señora Dorset. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Muy claro en cuanto a cuáles. Bueno, mi pregunta para la señora Dorset. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Quisiera saber si nos podría dar algunos ejemplos o si tienen ustedes alguna evaluación de cuáles son las principales dificultades de ingreso a otros países de exportación de sus productos por efecto de controles excesivos o mala aplicación de las evaluaciones para el riesgo de importaciones.
I would have to say, speaking from experience, that our biggest difficulty is the low allowable limit of getting peanut products into the EU and the inspection rate for those peanut products shipped from the US to the EU. The variance in sampling methods indicate, that different outcomes can be expected each time you sample peanuts for aflatoxin, because it's not a homogeneous product. And so these different outcomes from sampling for aflatoxin does create some issue when peanuts are resampled at point of destination, and the allowance for aflatoxin is quite low.
Thank you, Courtney. Turkey, you have the floor, to be followed by Belize on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Ms. Courtney Dorset, and thank you for the great presentation. You stated that blanching or roasting at point of import is important. Can you please explain what is the effect of this on product? And is it the general procedure for peanut production or not? Thank you.
Very good question. So for aflatoxin mitigation, blanching can be quite effective. Aflatoxin often is associated with the skins of the peanut, and blanching the peanuts removes that skin and reduces the aflatoxin load. Electronic sorting of the crop, the peanuts it can also be effective. As I mentioned, aflatoxin is often associated with damaged kernels, so removing as many damaged kernels from those finished peanut lots is also an effective means of control. And in certain situations, peanuts could be diverted to an alternate use, wildlife feed sometimes, or crushing for oil. So there are options for mitigation of aflatoxin at destination.
Thank you. And then I will read out the two questions from Belize to Courtney. can you elaborate on what is done to return the consignment of peanuts? That was the first one. And then, are you able to say what products are used for fumigation of peanuts prior to exportation?
Sure. I'll answer the second question first. So fumigation products typically these days are sulfuryl fluoride fumigations. Also, aluminum or magnesium phosphide products could be used. Sulfuryl fluoride tends to be the preferred product because the dwell time is a third of the time required for the phosphine products. And the other question, I believe, involved how consignments can be returned if they do not meet specification. In my experience, we have to contact the USDA and FDA to alert them that the product is coming back, the FDA specifically. And then that allows the product to be brought back into the US. And then there are controls in place to ensure that it is not introduced into the edible market until any issues have been remedied.
Thank you. And then the last question of the session 2 goes to the European Union. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues, and also many thanks for the two very informative presentations. My question goes to Ms. Dorset, who kindly referred also to some issues that they are having with the EU. And maybe also just before asking my question, of course, I also just want to refer back to the there was a question about the nature of Codex standards, and it was also nicely responded to. But I think it's also important to underline, emphasize that these international standards are not obligatory, not binding standards, an extremely precious guidance, which is followed by many players. But here, of course, we all know that members have the right also based on their own risk assessment. And here it's really important to emphasize that it's not just a sort of random deviation just for the sake of deviating, but these are based on risk assessments carried out by their responsible authorities in light of many objective issues like exposure of their consumers, etc. So I think it's important to emphasize. Now I'm also arriving to my question, and also I was very pleased to see the reference to the sort of joint research you've been doing with the Commission/DG Sante. And you also kindly mentioned that it seems that the heart of the problem seemed to be like the sampling methods, and maybe that was the reason to have different results on this very, very sensitive issue. So my question is that, do you see a sort of light at the end of the tunnel, or how do you assess this project? Do you have some sort of positive signs or expectations? And of course, I also just want to emphasize, I know that you might be facing some serious challenges, but still, I was also happy to see that or hear that the EU is still amongst your 6 number 1 export markets. So I hope there is. I hope there is a hope, and of course we like peanuts. So.
Absolutely, there is hope, and we are also pleased that the EU is part of our top 6 export markets. The industry has been very focused on maintaining and growing our exports to the EU, facing the challenges that we are. We enter into a memorandum of understanding through the APC as well as the American Peanut Shellers Association, and there are export guidelines that conduct or outline how we conduct business with the EU. And over the past few years, we have seen that the MOU signatories, their results with EU shipments have been improved over non-MOU signatories. And so we are looking at that aspect and believe that the measures that we are taking are successful, and we're hoping that we continue to trend in a positive direction and can get to a point where we are at a reduced sampling rate with the EU.
This is good, so thank you. We actually have one last question from Zoom as well, from Bhutan, I believe to Hoi Wen. How do you balance the need for stringent SPS controls with the goal of facilitating trade without unnecessarily creating some sort of barriers?
This is a good question. We will try, as I mentioned about, we have tried to we actually continuous to review our risk management model, and as I mentioned about, all the imported brand products should be conduct the PI the first. So all our regulation is based on the PI results. So all the PI should be follow and comply with the ISPM relevant standards. So we need to confirm, and we need to check really carefully all the results of the PI is scientific evidence, based on scientific evidence. So if you ever been conduct the PI, you will know maybe the risk, no risk is impossible for each products, but some products have a medium risk and some products have a high risk. So if we based on the PI results, all our decision and all our adjustment to the system will according to the scientific evidence. I'm not sure I'm really is enough to answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank the two presenters the last presenters of session 2 for their contribution and the good dialogue with the delegates in the room and on Zoom. And Courtney, you will come back later to this afternoon for the panel. And then we continue with session 3. Best practices for efficient science-based import controls. So then I will invite to the podium the 3 first speakers. Namely Mr. Gong, Mr. Iglesias, and Ms. Sanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so first I would like to say that as global trade in food and agricultural products continues to grow, the need for import control systems that are both protective and efficient is more important than ever. To have efficient and effective and fair SPS measures, they must be grounded in science, supported by robust procedures and increasingly enabled by technology. Session 3 will explore how members and institutions are applying innovative tools, digital solutions, and risk-based approaches to carry out import controls that are not only science-based, but also streamlined and trade facilitating. I will take this opportunity to invite delegates to reflect on how the best practices presented in the session could be adapted or scaled in their own context. This session consists of 2 segments. So now we will have the first on procedures and tools used to facilitate safe and efficient risk-based import controls. And then we will go to the next part on facility registration, challenges and opportunities. Allow me to remind that in a previous version of the program, there was also a subsection under session 3 on addressing non-compliance. However, there was only one speaker proposed to present on that topic, so the segment on addressing non-compliance in previous versions of the program was merged into this first segment. So in this first segment, we have 5 speakers. Mr. Ning Gong, Director of Tianjin Customs of China, and then Mr. Borja Iglesias Mendes, Policy Officer, European Commission, to be followed by 3 EU members with hands-on experiences. Mr. Julian Rodriguez, French Ministry of Agriculture, Veterinary and Phytosanitary Inspection Service. Ms. Hanne Thorn Jensen, Veterinary Officer, Special Advisor, International Trade, Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries, the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration, and lastly, Mr. Bram de Hoop, National Plant Protection Organization of the Netherlands. And this will be followed with a Q&A, so be prepared, and on Zoom you can write in questions during the presentations as well. So then I invite Mr. Ning Gong to give your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation from the Secretary. Today, my topic is an overview of cooperation on electronic inspection and quarantine certificates of China Customs. My presentation will cover 4 parts: the overview, construction, and application of ESER system in China, typical cases of electronic certificate cooperation, and vision of cooperation. Now let's start with the first part. Inspection and quarantine certificate is the certification document issued by Inspection and Quarantine Authority to prove that import and export animal and plant products and foodstuffs comply with laws and regulations. It is also one of the important documents for the smooth customs clearance of related goods in the importing countries and regions. The General Administration of Customs of the People's Republic of China, GCC, is the official agency responsible for the management of inspection and quarantine, and also the issuance of certificates of import and export animal and plant products and foodstuffs. In the rapid development of international trade, Chinese customs need to issue and verify millions of inspection and quarantine certificates every year. So, GCC has been committed to taking effective measures to continuously improve the quality and the efficiency of certificates. We believe that the most effective way to fundamentally prevent certificate fraud and promote trade facilitation is the establishment of electronic certificate verification mechanism between countries and regions, and gradually realizing paperless verification for inspection and quarantine certificates. The next part is construction and application of ESER system in China. Here is the login page of ESER system and the website address. Next slide, please. In 2009, GCC developed China Inspection and Quarantine ESER system, which officially launched in January 2010, and gradually established the electronic certificate cooperation mechanism with other countries and regions. Ether system is designed in line with the requirements of internationalization and standardization, and follows the UN CFACT data standard approved by the United Nations. XML documents are used to transmit certificate data. Now, China Customs has uploaded more than 20 million electronic certificates to Ether system, which have been checked, downloaded, and verified by 776 foreign officials in 80 countries and regions. Until September 2025, GCC has signed the work plan on cooperation in electronic certificate with 19 countries and regions. Among them, real-time data exchange has been achieved between China and Australia, Chile, Netherlands, New Zealand, Russia Federation, Hong Kong, China, and Macau, China. And more than 1.6 million electronic certificates have been received from the above 7 WTO members. This part, I would like to share 3 typical cases of electronic certificate cooperation, which are separately related to Tianjin Customs, Gongbei Customs, and Nanning Customs. In terms of paperless cooperation for inspection and quarantine certificates, GCC has been working with the Ministry of Primary Industry of New Zealand to explore paperless verification for inspection and quarantine certificates for agriculture and subsidiary products such as beef and lamb products, seafood, and live aquatic animal exported to China. Since August 1st, 2024, GCC has piloted the paperless verification of New Zealand's inspection and quarantine certificate at Tianjin Customs. The inspection and quarantine certificate can be processed electronically without the need to physical submission of the aforementioned products by enterprises, including the certificates of its scanned copies. Since the launch of the pilot, more than 4,100 paperless certificates have been verified at Tianjin Customs, reducing the verification time by 30% and saving international postage and labor costs for enterprises approximately 100 RMB per certificate. This paperless verification reform has been fully copied and promoted since March 13th, 2025. Meanwhile, GCC has also operated with Macau, China on paperless inspection and quarantine certificate verification. In May 2024, GCC held seminars with Macau, China on cross-border paperless cooperation for plant quarantine electronic certificates. On September 23rd, a pilot project was launched at Gongbei Customs, promoting information sharing and in connectivity between the two sides through Ether system. The electronic certificates are used to replace the paper ones to achieve paperless verification of certificates, making the first breakthrough in cross-border paperless cooperation in terms of inspection and quarantine certificates. According to the feedback from enterprises, the implementation of paperless verification saves 2 to 3 hours in certificate collection time. China Customs will further deepen cooperation with relevant departments in Macau, China to expand the scope of paperless certificate cooperation, which is expected to benefit approximately 24,000 batches of agricultural products supplied to Macau, China annually. GCC is also actively promoting the inspection and the quarantine certificate verification with ASEAN countries. In 2021, GCC authorized Nanning Customs to develop and launch the official certificate verification platform with ASEAN countries. Realizing the verification of electronic certificates information of Vietnamese aquatic products and Thailand fruits. By September 2025, the platform has received more than 123,000 electronic certificates. At the time for certificate verification has been shortened from half a working day to less than 10 minutes, which has greatly improved the efficiency of inspection and quarantine certificate verification and cargo clearance. Last part is vision of cooperation. We will discuss and identify the best solution of cooperation with other members one by one. China is ready to establish cooperation with more countries and regions in electronic information exchange and jointly promote trade facilitation. Also, we will take effective measures to ensure the data security of the electronic certificates, including preventing data leaks, alterations, and abuse. We welcome all the members to contact Mr. Zhang Bojun, the Officer of Department of General Operation, GCC for Electronic Certificate Corporation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gong, for sharing your experiences and work of China Customs. Then I invite next speaker, Mr. Iglesias. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, delegates, colleagues. Thank you. Well, next, please. To understand the EU system for SPS input controls, we need first to understand a few fundamental aspects about the European Union itself. The EU is a quite unique partnership of 27 member states, each of them sovereign countries, which are united, among other things, under a customs union. This means that we have only one border, which is the external border. We don't have any internal borders between member states. All 27 member states share also what we call the single market, and this is one of the jewels of the crown. The single market implies that once a commodity is placed on the market in any of the 27 member states, or once it is imported from outside of the Union, it can circulate freely throughout the whole European Union without being subject to any controls at the internal borders. And to enable this, we have harmonization, a harmonized regulatory framework in several domains, among which on the customs domain and the SPS domain as well. Next, please. So EU citizens, livestock and agriculture are protected by some of the strictest rules in the world, not to say the strictest. All food and feed, live animals, plants and plant products placed on the EU market must comply with the SPS, the EU SPS requirements, irrespectively of whether they have been produced in the EU or imported from outside of the EU. And this applies regardless of any trade agreement concluded with third countries. on the particular field of inputs, one of the pillars of the system is the principle of equivalence, which means that SPS commodities, which are imported into the European Union from outside of the EU, must comply with the same requirements than those produced in the EU, or at least with conditions that have been recognized as equivalent. Next, please. On top of that, imported consignments, SPS imported consignments must comply with additional conditions for entry or for input. And the best example for this are the goods of animal origin, which need to comply with the 4 conditions that you see on the screen. So first, most of the SPS commodities must come from third countries, from exporting countries, which have been authorized for export to the EU. On the screen, you can see a screenshot of the list of third countries authorized for exports of fresh meat of ungulates to the EU. Next, please. Second, many consignments such as, or commodities such as those of animal origin, they must come from establishments which have been listed by the exporting country for export to the EU because they comply with the EU requirements. Next, please. And third, most of the SPS commodities imported into the EU must be accompanied with official certificates, which are issued by the competent authorities of the third country, of the exporting country, and which provide the guarantees of compliance with our legislation. So as you realize, a large part of the system relies on the guarantees provided by the third country of origin. This is why the European Commission regularly performs audits on the exporting countries so as to verify that they only allow exports to the EU if in compliance with our legislation. Next, please. And fourth, the SPS commodities posing the highest risk must be always subject to import controls at the official control posts of first arrival into the EU. So as you realize, we first control the exporting country, and then we control every consignment coming from that exporting country. Next, please. Official controls at the borders are performed by the competent authorities of the EU member states. They are not performed by the European Commission nor the EU itself. They are performed by the member states. And they are performed at the border control posts of first arrival into the EU, which are facilities which are usually placed at international ports and airports, but also at road and railway border crossing points. The list of SPS commodities subject to this check is wide. We have all live animals, food of animal origin, composite products, animal byproducts, germinal products, hand straw, plant and plant products, and only certain food and feed of non-animal origin and certain food content materials which have been linked to specific risks coming from specific third countries. At the EU border, we control around 65 million tons of SPS commodities per year, which translates into 2.5 million consignments of SPS commodities per year. And we perform around 70,000 laboratory tests per year as well. But what do border control imply, in fact, in practice? Well, we have 3 types of controls, of checks: documentary checks, the identity checks, and the physical checks. Documentary checks are performed always on 100% of the consignment, and they entail the verification of the guarantees provided for in the official certificates. Then identity checks are performed on a 100% frequency rate on goods such as live animals and goods of animal origin, and at a risk-based frequency on the rest of consignments. They entail the visual inspection of the commodity. We basically check that the commodity corresponds to what has been declared in the official certificate. And here as well, we check the conditions of the means of transport, the seals on the door of the containers, the quantity of the goods, the content, and the official stamps placed on the goods. And then we have the physical checks, which are performed usually at a risk-based frequency. And they entail the physical manipulation of the commodity. Here is where we perform the clinical exams of live animals. We take the temperature, we measure the weight, we perform the sensory examination of the commodities. And here as well is where we take samples for laboratory testing. So let's say that laboratory testing is part of the physical checks. Next, please. I would like to mention as well the risk-based approach for official controls, which is provided for in our legislation, and which implies that where resources are finite, these are to be allocated according to the risks and hazards which are associated to every commodity, the origin or the record of compliance by the operators, or any indicator of possible non-compliance. We have several risk management measures in this regard. These three are the most relevant at the moment. I will not get much into the details about intensified official controls because it will be dealt with by my colleague from Denmark in a few minutes. But I must say that this is one of the most selective and surgical measures that we have, because it's a measure that targets only the establishments of origin which have been proven non-compliant in the past. So it's very selective and therefore very non-trade restrictive. Then we have the possibility as well to customize the frequency of physical checks. Precisely, we do it very often for goods of animal origin. Twice per year, we analyze the records of non-compliance for every exporting country, and we increase the frequency of physical checks for those third countries which show a higher record of a higher rate of non-compliance than the average. And lastly, we have also the possibility to endorse emergency safeguard measures and special conditions, which is like the last resource, the most serious measure that we take only when any other, there's no any other option like intensified official controls or the increase of frequency measures available. They are endorsed through legal acts like decisions, regulations. And here we have all the possibilities. We can go from the prohibition of inputs, we can impose additional warranties for entry, we can request laboratory tests be performed at the country of origin, at our border. We can do many things here. It's like the last option that we have. Thank you. And well, the whole system relies on a number of IT tools and networks as well. Of relevance, I mean, there are many, but I will focus only on those most relevant in our domain, which are on one side, the traces system, which is the centralized digital tool for which supports the performance of official controls at the borders. It is used by more than 100,000 users, individual users in the world, and it is used as well by 90 countries around the world. So we are 27 member states, so you can imagine, and the rest, up to 90, is third countries using traces. It is used by the exporting countries to issue their official certificates when they are issued electronically. It is used as well at the EU borders, both by the operators in order to perform the notification of the arrival of their consignments, and also by the competent authorities at the border control posts to record the performance of official controls. And here as well, intensified official controls are fully monitored and performed through this system, Traces. And then Traces is also used at the internal market to perform the follow-up of certain measures adopted on certain consignments. And on the other side, we have the alert and cooperation network, which is the networks which are used to communicate and coordinate the information sharing and the responses to risks at the border. Of relevance, we have the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, the RASF system. This is the network where we communicate between member states all the notification of non-compliances involving risks in food and feed. And then we have the Administrative Assistance and Cooperation Network, which serves the same purpose as RASF, but for notification of non-compliances not involving risk. RASF, therefore, is for immediate reaction, while the AAC is for not urgent reaction. Next, please. And to conclude, well, the EU system for input controls is based mainly on 3 pillars. First is a harmonized legal framework, both in the customs domain and in the SPS domains. It's based also in robust official controls, both at the exporting countries and at the EU borders. And it relies as well on really strong networks of cooperation between the EU member states and the European Commission. For us, official controls at the borders are essential to prevent hazards entering the Union, but they are also essential to ensure the proper application of the principle of free circulation within the European Union. And it's also essential to keep our access to the exporting countries. So this is everything from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Iglesias. So now we heard about the harmonized rules or the jewel of the crown of the single market, as was said. Now we will hear about the three member states' experiences, hands-on implementing those rules. First out is Mr. Julian Rodriguez online. The floor is yours.
Okay. Could you hear me?
Yes.
It's okay. Okay, so I will speak in French, so the translation is available normally. Ok. Et bonjour à tous, merci pour cette invitation. Et ok, je vais vous parler je vais me présenter rapidement. Moi, je suis Julien Rodriguez, je suis référent national import, notamment dans les domaines végétal. Et je travaille pour le ministère de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire et de la Souveraineté alimentaire en France. Je suis également formateur auprès de la Commission européenne pour l'utilisation des traçabilités et pour le développement de la certification électronique, notamment dans les pays exportateurs. Donc aujourd'hui, je vais vous présenter la certification électronique, les bénéfices de la certification électronique dans les contrôles SPS pour les pays exportateurs, mais également pour les pays importateurs. Et, OK, donc, je vais vous présenter tout d'abord la certification électronique directement dans les systèmes traçabilité. Notre collègue Borja Iglesias, il vient de nous présenter le système traçabilité. Donc, le principe de système traçabilité est notamment d'assurer la traçabilité des envois et tous les acteurs de la chaîne sont identifiés de la chaîne d'échange dans les contrôles SPS. Et c'est dans les principes de la fourche à la fourchette. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment le principe du système trace. Et il est possible pour les pays exportateurs, pour les pays tiers, de certifier directement dans les systèmes trace. Et donc, je vais vous montrer quelques caractéristiques du système trace. Premièrement, est un système qui est de facile accès. Tout le monde, tous les utilisateurs peuvent accéder via Internet. Et next, please. OK. Et la gouvernance du système traçabilité sous l'autorité de la DG Santé et le développement et la maintenance est centralisé par la DG Santé de la Commission européenne. Next. OK. Et traçabilité permet de renforcer la coopération entre les services, notamment entre les services en charge des contrôles espèces, mais aussi avec les services de la douane. Et traçabilité permet également de renforcer la collaboration entre les secteurs publics et les secteurs privés. Les secteurs publics, ce sont les opérateurs et qui notifient la première partie d'un certificat et la l'autorité est en charge de certifier la partie qui est réservée. Donc, il y a une collaboration entre les secteurs publics et privés. Ensuite, et next, please. Et Traciente est un système multilingue, donc il y a les 23 langues de l'Union européenne sont disponibles, plus 11 langues de l'Union européenne, c'est-à-dire qu'un pays en Amérique latine, il peut certifier un envoi à destination de l'Italie et le certificateur dans les pays tiers, il peut faire une traduction automatique du certificat. Le certificat il sera disponible dans plusieurs langues s'il est possible. Ensuite, please, next, please. Et il y a une caractéristique très importante du système, c'est l'interconnexion, la capacité d'interopérabilité. C'est-à-dire que différents systèmes des États membres peuvent communiquer avec Traciente, c'est le cas de certains pays de l'Union européenne. Et il est possible pour les autorités de notifier en temps réel, grâce au système d'alerte RASP, pour tout ce qui concerne les non-conformités sur la chaîne alimentaire, dans les modules Eurofit, notamment pour notifier les foyers, le développement des foyers d'organismes de quarantaine à l'intérieur de l'Union européenne, mais également toutes les non-conformités liées à la fraude. Il y a une connexion extrêmement importante que je vais développer dans cette présentation, c'est l'interopérabilité entre traces et le système e-Phyto Solution, qui est un système qui a été développé et sous la gouvernance de la CIPV, de la IPPC. Donc,
Mr. Rodriguez,
oui.
You are halfway through your time and on the second slide, and the quality of the sound is do not permit interpretation. So please speak very clearly and speed up. You have 4 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Et Trace permet également la réduction des charges administratives, notamment pour les opérateurs. Et Trace, le système Trace fournit un module de statistiques qui est extrêmement performant, qui permet aux autorités de faire des analyses dynamiques sur des données qui sont enregistrées dans le système. Et l'aspect réglementaire, c'est Traciente, c'est un reflet de la réglementation. Et donc, tous les documents disponibles dans le système ont une valeur légale. Next slide. OK, là, vous voyez les pays qui certifient directement. Là, on fait un focus sur les domaines végétaux. Et donc, ce sont les pays qui utilisent Trace directement pour la certification des produits d'origine végétale. Les volets animal, il est encore plus développé via Trace. Donc, pour les domaines, pour la partie végétale, nous avons toutes les régions et départements d'outre-mer de la France, la Guadeloupe, la Guyane, la Martinique, Mayotte, Réunion, qui sont considérés avec la nouvelle réglementation phytosanitaire comme des pays tiers, entre guillemets. Il y a l'Égypte qui a adhéré au projet en 2025. Il y a la Polynésie française, la Tunisie, qui étaient les premiers pays à utiliser Traciente directement, et il y a le Royaume-Uni, et depuis dans le contexte du Brexit. Next, please.
2 minutes.
OK. Is OK? OK. Et quels sont les bénéfices de la certification pour les pays exportateurs? Et on l'a vu, l'accès est facile via Internet. Et là, je vais vous parler d'un avantage qui est extrêmement important, peut-être l'avantage majeur de l'utilisation des traces directement pour la certification électronique pour les pays exportateurs, c'est que toute la réglementation sanitaire et phytosanitaire, que ce soit volet animal ou volet végétal, toute la réglementation européenne est paramétrée dans les systèmes directement. C'est-à-dire que lorsqu'un certificateur en Afrique va exporter des produits d'origine végétale ou animale, le TRAS fournit toute la réglementation liée au couple produit-pays. Par exemple, des oranges de Tunisie qui sont exportées vers l'Union européenne. Le système fournit c'est ce qu'on appelle les exigences particulières, tous les points de déclaration additionnels de la réglementation phytosanitaire. C'est le même principe pour la réglementation vétérinaire. Donc, ça, c'est un atout majeur pour les pays exportateurs. Donc, ça donne des garanties de conformité documentaire. Il est possible, on l'a vu, qu'il est possible pour les autorités de créer
Mr. Rodriguez, you have to come to a conclusion. You have 30 seconds left. Thank you.
Okay. Et on a parlé de ensuite, je voulais juste vous montrer juste avant, before, please. Et ça, c'est la distribution juste avant, before, please. OK, ça, c'est la distribution de pays qui utilisent le Phyto Solution en 2025.
Mr. Rodriguez, thank you. Your presentations that you did not reach through are uploaded for everyone to see on the dedicated web page. Okay, so thank you very much, and I'm sorry for this. Okay. We had to continue. This morning session is very packed, so in respect of all the speakers. Then the next speaker here in the room, I give the floor to you, Sanne.
Well, thank you. And I'm Sanne from the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration. I hope you can hear me. And I will give you a short presentation or introduction to the Intensified Official Control System, also called IOC, which is an EU regime in the traces, which Borjas already has mentioned. The intensified control is described in a Commission implementing regulation and also in a guidance document, and it describes the procedures for coordinated performance of intensified official controls. It is a system that is coordinated between the member states and the EU Commission, and it's applicable to all animal products, germinal products, animal byproducts, and composite products originating from third countries. And it's applicable both for border controls and for findings on the market. The IOC is, as Borjas already has said, neither intended or designed to restrict or suspend imports from any specific third country. It is designed to target specific products from specific establishment of origin. And when an establishment has been under an IOC and the IOC afterwards has been lifted, there's no further suspicion to that establishment, and the control is not increased for future imports from that establishment. If there is a suspicion of non-compliance or fraud from the competent authority in the EU member state, they shall perform official control to either confirm or eliminate the suspicion. If the suspicion is confirmed, an IOC is initiated, and the control intensity in the whole EU should be increased for similar product from the same establishment of origin, no matter where in the EU the next similar consignment are imported. Controls on a consignment under an active IOC is always includes documentary checks, as Borjas said. It includes identity and physical checks, and if relevant, specific tests required to confirm or eliminate the suspicion on the targeted by the IOC. The consignment is always detained pending the result of the IOC. The reasons for an IOC could be microbiological failures. It could be finding of excessive levels. It could be findings of illegal veterinary medicines. It could be any breach on import conditions. It could be fraud, substitution of fish species, falsified declarations or certificates, and it could also be a treatment of, for instance, tuna with carbon monoxide. Paul has already told you about the statistics. I can see I missed a zero, but the statistic is that it's not something that is common, but it's something that we do very often. Nothing happens. Oh, there was. The IOC is an integrated part of traces, which my French colleague have told you about. It's a highly effective and essential tool for the competent authorities in the EU member states, and it's addressing the risk associated with imports of goods of animal origin. It is very user-friendly, and it clearly defines the procedures and outlining the roles and the responsibilities for who is doing what. If there is a non-compliant found during a control of animal goods, that can be linked again to a specific establishment of origin, and there is a commodity code for this product, then an intensified control must be started up directly in traces. Then an IOC appears in traces as requested until the EU Commission has decided if it is relevant and fulfills the criteria or not. After the Commission has evaluated, it will appear either as active or as a rejected IOC. And an IOC can only end when there is an uninterrupted sequence of 10 satisfactory results that is recorded in traces, and the total weight of the consignment tested or checked is at least 10 times the weight of the initial consignment. Then the IOC will get the status fulfilled. Nothing happens. That was one back, one back, one back. I'm sorry. This is just how it looks in traces. We have access to reference data and intensified controls. And well, it's only for the Commission and for the member states that could look there. This is just an example of 3 IOCs. One is for ascorbic acid in fresh tuna. One is for nitrofuranus in shrimps. One is for salmonella and frog legs. And as you can see, there's a reference to the SHET, the document, the Czech document, which initiated the IOC. And there's also a reference to a specific processing plant, which is covered by this IOC. Let's see if I can do it again. Yes. I will just quickly show you the SHET, this Common Health Entry Document SHET that we're working with in the EU, and it's a document that we use in traces. It has 2 parts. Part 1 is for the importer's declaration. Here they declare who is the exporter, who is the importer, what is the commodity code of the product, what is the description of the product, and the name and the approval number of the establishment of origin. Then there is a part 2, and it is for the competent authority at the EU border control post. It's used for documenting the control performed and for also taking the final, describe the final decision for the consignment. Here you can see the documentary checks has been done, the identity checks has been done, and the physical checks is not satisfactory. The decision is here for this consignment, not acceptable. We will refuse the consignment and we can decide what is going to happen. Here's for destruction and is due to hygiene failures. And then we can request an IOC directly. Oh, it wasn't. Directly from the SHET. When you finalize the SHET, you can request an IOC directly without going to any other systems. This is just an example on an IOC that has been fulfilled. 10 consignment has been checked and they were all satisfactory. The weight at the plant control rate was also achieved, and then the IOC will get the status fulfilled. Nothing is happening. How is the border control post got aware of IOCs? When they open part 2, the control part of the shed for a notified consignment, then a message is displayed if it's relevant for the consignment, and it's indicating that the consignment is subjected to an IOC, and there's a direct link to the IOC page where you can get more information about why and what to do. If there is 3 unfavorable results during the coordinated performance of an IOC, then tracers automatically change IOC into imposed checks. Nothing changed for the border controls post. They do as they have done under an IOC. But when we start an imposed check regime, the Commission requests the competent authority of the third country responsible for the establishment of origin to make the necessary investigation to identify the reasons for the infringements, and also to adopt an action plan to effectively remedy the situation and report on these actions. The third country is notified about the possible consequences if the requested action is not undertaken. And what happens if the competent authority do not reply or do not take the necessary action? In the end, it may result in delisting of the third country, although this has not occurred yet. When can an imposed check regime be ended? It can be ended when there is at least 30 satisfactory results, and the competent authority has adopted a satisfactory action plan and submitted it to the Commission. This was just a quick tour through the IOC system. Thank you for me.
Thank you very much, Susanne, for sharing these, how you implement the harmonized rules in Denmark. And the last EU member country to present is from the Netherlands. Bram, you have the floor. Unmute yourself, maybe.
Yes, here we are, I think.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, welcome to the world, I would say, from the Netherlands here in Ede, Wageningen. Yeah, my name is Bram de Hoop. I'm working on behalf of the Netherlands Plant Protection Organization, the NPPO, in relation with plants, and working actually within the same framework when we talk on import as the previous speaker. So I've been working on plant health since 2000, and in particular since 2006 when it comes to EU legislation. So this topic for myself was again a discovery tour. I expected more balance when it comes to rejected consignments. However, most consignments when entering the EU in terms of plant material for plant health, most are subject to redispatch or destruction. Mind, this is not harmonized within the EU, nor at a global level. And perhaps this is an important take-home message. I will come back at the end of the presentation on this. The Netherlands itself has a broad list of destruction options, which are based on science and risk-based, notably incineration, steaming, heat treatment, cold treatment, deep burial, composting, and fermentation. So you can imagine. First go to the second slide. You're going a bit fast. So this presentation gives an overview, what I'll shortly present. And important, so these are the examples, what have you. Important again is the message of this presentation is a call for more harmonization. Now, third slide, please. So why do we have, you can move to the third slide. Yes, thank you. Why do we have import inspections? It was already detailed by Mr. Iglesias in his talk. So we have the identity checks, the physical checks, and the documentary checks. Compliance with EU requirements is very important to prevent, foremost, the entry of new pests of plants. And especially new pests not present in the EU can cause enormous impact due to the absence of biological antagonists or control options. Yeah, fourth slide, please. EU legislation is based on technical justification. So for some products, we don't have any requirements at all. So no phytosanitary certificate and no checks. And this is harmonized. And this applies to bananas, coconuts, dates, durians, and pineapples. And not only when it comes to import, but also to passengers' luggage. Next slide, please. And as many of you will know, the Dutch or the Netherlands is a major import hub for the EU. So the trade you see here is mainly because the Netherlands is an important EU hub. The focus of this presentation is on the rejection, so the last line, the quarantine pests which are intercepted out of those 300,000, more than 300,000 imported consignments on an annual basis for plant material. 561 are rejected because of quarantine pests. It doesn't seem a lot, but this usually translates into approximately 561 truckloads of cargo of perishable goods. Next slide, please. Then the major products which are important, you can see here what is the major volume. And as you can see, perishable good, especially fruits and vegetables, is the largest volume. And the same applies to a lesser extent to ornamental plants. Yeah, next sheet, please. Another important aspect of plant checks is that consignments may be composed of many, many different species of plant material, as depicted in the picture. And normally you don't have so many, but you can have many. And if one consignment consists of many lots and only one lot is infected by a specific pest, then normally only this single lot is rejected and the rest can still be accepted. Thank you. Next sheet. I'm missing, which sheet am I on now? Is this sheet number, because I'm missing in my screen the number of the sheets.
8.
Number 8, thank you. So EU legislation is also risk-based in terms of import checks. And this almost echoes the first speaker by Ms. UF, Chinese Stampede. They also have an intelligent plant quarantine export system. In the EU, we have a similar system. This has been in place since 2002. And so for higher levels of compliance, we have less import inspections. The next sheet, please. Now, some examples on rejected consignments and what do we do? The first is on citrus fruit, where we have more than 60,000 incoming consignments per year. And the majority of this is subject to redispatch to another country, a third country. And we should actually be very happy for the Brexit, since most rejected consignments go to the UK. Mind at very low prices, but the vitamins are well granted to UK customers. Then moving to the next sheet on potatoes. This is a bit the opposite. We have a very strict regime in the EU for controls on potatoes because of the potato production in the EU is very important. And we are very aware of viruses which may be introduced. So only where potatoes are allowed from certain third countries. And for these specific cases, we have stronger EU requirements, also due to repeated and serious non-compliances. And moving to the next sheet, number 11, on ginger. This is a recent development. So the potatoes just now, that's an old dossier of almost 30 years old. But ginger is a relatively new one of a related bacterium where we find many interceptions. For those, we do allow heating and processing, as indicated in the slide. Since last year, we have an increasing number of those important interceptions. And so far, we haven't applied heating thus far because this is up to the industry. So they can apply it if they want to, but they say like, well, it's no point. So we go for redispatch or destruction. Then the next slide, number 12. We also have a tailor-made approach. So we have instructions which are like general, but they have been scientifically investigated. And sometimes, like in this case, we had all of a sudden, major interceptions of Ficus microcarpa. You can see it in the top right. You can also buy it at IKEA, or you could buy it at IKEA. And for this plant, all of a sudden, also based on our risk analysis, we did some intensified checks, also echoing the previous speaker. And in the root system, we discovered quarantine nematodes. And when we investigated more, and we found more. So actually 8% were invested. Major impact for importers, for traders, what have you. And by exception, if we cut off the top part of the plant and you leave open even the air root system, this is destroyed, but the top you can remain, then still the plant can be reused. Still very costly and seldomly applied, but this is also a tailor-made approach. So then the last slide, and this is the call for more harmonization to prevent unnecessary waste of perishable goods. It seems good to have or to work on standardized international standards on phytosanitary emissions within the IPPC framework, which are also recognized within the WTO SPS agreement, are needed for treatment destruction options as part of intercepted consignments, especially for fruits and vegetables, to prevent unnecessary waste. So this is it for me from the Netherlands. Back to you.
Thank you very much for the presentation from the Netherlands. So we have had 5 presentations in this first part, and we will now open the floor for questions or comments here from the room or from Zoom using the Q&A function. I see Canada and United States. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you to all the panelists for the very interesting presentations. I have 2 questions, if the moderator will permit me to ask 2. Lots of presentations. The first is for Mr. McMurdy. Sorry, I'm butchering your day. Oh, no, that's the next one. Mr. Mendez. How does the Commission ensure the consistency of the application of import control measures across member states? Is my first question. And the second is for Mr. Gong and, let me get this right, Mr. Rodriguez. For the benefit of other members, what are some of the challenges you have encountered with the implementation of e-certification systems? Thank you.
Okay, so then we continue with a few questions. United States, to be followed by Chile.
Thank you, moderator. Canada beat me to the first question, so I will wait and look forward to the response to that one. I actually have 2 additional questions. So today's thematic session is focused on science-based import controls to facilitate safe trade. With regard to the importation of animal products into the EU, EU certificates contain a number of requirements exporters must adhere to. For example, with respect to attestations to specific production practices, which do not appear to be based on science or risk. Can you comment on how these types of requirements effectively facilitate safe trade and recognize the principle of SPS equivalence? And then my next question is perhaps directed more so to the speakers representing the EU member states. A few of you explained the process for dealing with detections of non-compliant consignments through rerouting and destruction. However, could you comment on whether there is a process for appealing findings of non-compliance? And if so, elaborate on what that process is? Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Chile to be followed by Japan.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, y agradecido de las 4 presentaciones que vimos. Mi consulta va para la presentación de la Unión Europea, yo creo que para el señor Borja Iglesias, y no sé si para el señor que expuso en línea. Pero por tema de traducción preferiría que fuera alguien de acá de la sala.
En relación al uso de traces para emitir certificados por el país exportador hacia la Unión Europea, ¿han identificado brechas o beneficios que afecten este proceso desde el exportador y cómo han abordado esas situaciones? Y lo otro es que no me quedó claro si la certificación por traces es la única opción para exportar productos a la Unión Europea o si existe la posibilidad de que mediante certificación electrónica los países puedan usar sus propios sistemas que intercambien información con traces. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Then next is Japan, to be followed by Korea.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the great presentation, the speakers. And but I have two questions. The first one is directed to Mr. Mendes. And basically, I think this is the same question as Canada, but just to read. So how do national authorities of respective EU member states ensure consistency in implementation of EU regulation as well as decision makings at border inspection posts? I think this is important to improve predictability for exporters. I mean, what mechanisms or systems, like including training or internal audits, are in place to ensure consistent decision-making at the border across many points of entry into the EU? So this is for a question. The second question goes to Dr. Samson Hansen from Denmark. So as I understood, intensified official controls is like making a blacklist of establishments in third countries. But I think it said somewhere in the presentation slide that the IOC in traces is only accessible for the EU competent authorities and the EU Commission, which probably means there is no way for the establishment or the competent authorities of exporting countries to know which establishments are under IOC. So my question is, why not inform that to the competent authorities of exporting countries at the stage of IOC before moving to the next level, which is impose checks? This is just a mental exercise, but because in any way EU has criteria or procedures to follow, I mean that terminate the imposed checks, so and which are already publicized. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Before giving the floor to Korea, and we have also two questions in Zoom, maybe we should allow the presenters to respond. So first I give the floor to Mr. Iglesias.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all the delegates for your questions. I will reply first to Canada and Japan on how we, and the US, on how we ensure consistency of the implementation of official controls along the different member states. Well, we have mainly three main tools for this. The first is the direct coordination from the European Commission. From my unit, we provide technical assistance. We coordinate the competent authorities of the member states. We provide them with assistance with criteria, and we try to provide uniform criteria to the member states. And in this framework, we are on a daily basis in contact with them, and we also organize regularly expert groups on different subjects. Tomorrow, there is an expert group on this precise subject of input controls. It's organized twice per year, but there are also other types, other expert and working groups related to inputs, also which are carried out at the level of the European Commission. Second, we have the audits. I said in my presentation that the European Commission performs audits at the third countries to ensure that they only export to the EU goods which are compliant with our regulations. But the same directorate that performs audits in third countries performs audits also in the EU member states. So in a cycle of 5 years, there's no member state that is not subject to an audit on input controls. And usually these audits, I mean, always, they come with a report, an audit report, and if they are non-satisfactory results, or let's say non-compliance is detected, then measures of corrective measures must be taken by the member states and follow up. And third, we have trainings organized by the European Commission. Organized by the European Commission, namely the better training for safer food initiative. This is a very nice initiative that is giving, it gives the opportunity to the inspectors of the member states, the officials of the member states, to participate in joint trainings about official controls of the food chain. And we have a dedicated area on these trainings for input controls. And I must say that these trainings are also available to third countries. They are available to third countries which are in the row for accession to the EU, but also to other third countries which will not access the EU, but we still deliver these trainings to them. Okay. To the US about the question on the certificates, how the attestations on production practices help facilitate trade. Well, it is a matter of what I explained in my presentation. According to our rules, goods domestically produced in the EU are subject to certain rules, and everything which is imported from outside must comply with those rules. So it's not much a matter of facilitating trade, but to ensure that what is imported from outside complies with the same rules. Then I will reply to Chile in Spanish, if you allow me. Al respecto de qué brechas o beneficios hemos detectado que afecten al proceso de la emisión de certificados en traces hacia el exportador. Bueno, desde mi punto de vista yo no he detectado ninguna brecha, solo veo beneficios. Si hay alguna brecha, desde luego quien está en mejor posición para decirlo es el exportador. Desde mi punto de vista la certificación electrónica en traces solo ofrece beneficios porque en primer lugar es gratis. Traces está disponible para todo el mundo y el uso de traces es gratis, con lo cual es una herramienta que nos ahorramos un coste. Luego, además, es tremendamente ágil porque la certificación es instantánea y está inmediatamente disponible tanto para el exportador como para la autoridad competente de la Unión Europea, como para diferentes autoridades competentes. Mientras que el certificado en papel pues tiene que viajar, solo está en posesión de una autoridad, es mucho más complicado el proceso de verificar, de hacer el control. Luego también la seguridad que ofrece la certificación electrónica a través de traces, a la hora de verificar la autenticidad del certificado, la fecha de certificación, etc. Son todo ventajas en ese sentido. Y sobre todo, desde mi punto de vista, en el momento de reemplazar un certificado. Cuando tenemos que reemplazar un certificado en papel, y, no sé, una partida que ha llegado a la Unión Europea desde Nueva Zelanda y el certificado está en papel. Si queremos reemplazarlo, porque hay un error tipográfico que puede ser subsanado, el certificado tiene que venir en papel en avión. Entonces tarda pues 1 o 2 días por lo menos en llegar a la frontera de la Unión Europea. Sin embargo, cuando se hace a través de medios electrónicos es instantáneo. Eso facilita el despacho de la mercancía en la frontera y es todo ventajas desde mi punto de vista. Y al respecto de si traces es la única opción para emitir certificados electrónicos, no lo tengo claro. Tendría que preguntarlo. No sé si es posible utilizar plataformas del tercer país que se interconectan con traces. No lo tengo claro. Desde luego, sigue existiendo la posibilidad de emitir certificados en papel. No sé si había alguien preguntado al respecto. Creo que en el mensaje que me enseñó Kun en Zoom había la pregunta de si existía la posibilidad de emitir certificados en papel en la Unión Europea. Sí, existe. No, o sea, el certificado electrónico no es la única posibilidad. También se puede hacer en papel, aunque el certificado electrónico es más ventajoso.
Thank you very much, Borja. It was not entirely clear which question was to the Commission and to the 3 members, but I will give now the floor to the 3 EU countries if they wish to respond. First, Denmark. Sanna, you have the floor.
Yes, to the question from Japan about how we are informing the third countries about if there is an IOC, if they have an establishment on an IOC. You can say it's not the responsibility for each member state to do it. It is the responsibility for the Commission. When we are issuing an IOC in each member state, we also are doing a rapid alert notification. And this rapid alert notification is also dealt with by the Commission, and a message is passed to the third country responsible for the establishment, which is responsible for these, the competent authority responsible for the establishment that have a problem, you can say. So it's not up to each member state, but it's up to the Commission also, that in the way that it is done in the same way, and in the contact is dealt with by one route, you can say.
Thank you, Sanna. Julian, you have the floor.
Ok, merci. Je réponds d'abord à la question du Canada. Quelles sont les difficultés pour la mise en œuvre de la certification électronique? Et principalement, on a rencontré quelques difficultés avec la Commission européenne dans le déploiement de la certification électronique dans les pays tiers, notamment la configuration administrative de certains pays où il y a plusieurs autorités centrales compétentes pour les volets animal ou pour les volets végétal. Donc là, c'est un élément de complexité puisque les droits de certifier électroniquement est donné à une seule autorité. Et il y a aussi l'accès à Internet pour certains pays, notamment en Afrique. Donc ça, c'est aussi un élément, un obstacle qu'on a trouvé sur le terrain. Voilà, donc ça, je réponds au Canada. Et pour le Chili, la question du Chili, et je vais parler en espagnol pour faciliter peut-être la tâche de notre interlocuteur chilien. Hay traces una plataforma donde se puede certificar directamente para los países exportadores, pero existe también el sistema IFAITO de la CIPB. De hecho, la autoridad de Chile certifica gracias al OB de la CIPB, y en la Unión Europea recibimos IFAITOS de Chile con un nivel conforme de firma electrónica, conforme a la reglamentación europea. Entonces, está TRACES y está el sistema de la CIPB y FAITO. La ventaja de utilizar TRACES es que la firma electrónica es gratuita para todos los utilizadores y el acceso a la reglamentación de la Unión Europea. Ese son los dos principales puntos importantes de la utilización de TRACES. Entonces existen dos TRACES y FAITO.
Thank you very much to the interpreters, and thank you very much to Julian for your response. We do not have very much more time for Q&A, 5 minutes at the most, but first I will give the floor to Bram, and then we have a few more questions. Bram, you have the floor. Sound. Bram, we can't hear you. Just a moment.
Now it should work.
Bram, okay, now it's working.
Okay, thank you. Now, in response to the question of the US on the process for appealing in case of non-compliances, and we do indeed have such a system in place, of course, and this is usually normally the NPPO to NPPO. So we have also direct contacts with AFIS on this. In general, this is not harmonized at the EU level. However, there's also a process whereby there's, for instance, with the European Commission and the US, there are contacts on this. So if it reaches a certain level, it can also be discussed at the EU level. And more importantly, In the case of phyto, plant pests, when we have an interception, there's an agreement within EU. It's not legally binding, but there's an agreement that if we have an interception at import, for instance, of a pest which is known not to occur in the country of origin, so this is a first. It may be an indication that something is wrong or what have you. There's question mark. It's a first interception. In those cases, we make use of the European EU reference laboratories. And these have been put in place, especially for these kind of investigations. So there's 2 steps on this. Back to you, Knut.
Thank you very much. So then for some quick questions, first Korea to be followed by Turkey. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the 5 speakers, and I have a quick question for Mr. Mendez. And I understand that harmonized import controls are applied across all member states. However, there might be some differences in climate, pest and animal disease distribution, and types of crops they mainly grow, while legal borders between the member states may have been removed. So how much flexibility do individual member states have in such cases within the harmonized EU framework to reflect such differences? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Danish Veterinary and Food Administration Officer. What is your procedure for investigating suspected fraud in veterinary health certificates? If fraud is confirmed in the certificate, is the intensified OC only applied to the approved establishment? Is any action taken in relation to the approved country? Thanks.
Thank you. And then I will read out 2 questions. First from Bhutan. Thank you, presenters, for your excellent presentations. I have 2 short questions. 1, how does the EU monitor and enforce consistent SPS compliance across all member states? 2, how do you ensure that electronic certificates do not become a barrier to small exporters or LDC countries who may lack adequate technical resources? And then we have the last one from Tunisia. Bonjour. The reinforced control applied to 10 and then 30 exports of refrigerated fish creates difficulties. Exporters cannot verify the absence of mercury before shipment, leading to delays, high analysis cost, and hindering exports. Okay, so then I give the floor to Mr. Mendez.
Thank you very much. So, replying to Korea, how much flexibility we have on certain particularities or limits, it depends. If the matter is harmonized, there's no flexibility because it means that we, all member states and the European Commission have already reached an agreement. So outside of the harmonized rules, there's no room for maneuver. However, on those aspects which are not harmonized at the EU level, the member states have the right to decide. But once something is produced in one country or imported in one country, according to the rules of another member state, maybe it cannot be placed on their market. But that does not imply that there are internal border controls. So the transit and the movement can take place. Maybe it cannot be marketed in another member state, but it can be marketed in a different one. So we have no border controls within the EU, but different member states may have different requirements for certain products. Yeah. To Bhutan, how do we monitor compliance with? Well, I already said that we perform audits, mainly audits. We provide coordination and uniform interpretation from the EU. And to the question about how do we ensure that e-certification is not a barrier to little countries? Well, first, I may say that e-certification, electronic certification, according to our legislation, is not a must. It's not mandatory. I mean, third countries may issue their certificates in paper as they wish. However, I may say that I believe that e-certification is an advantage for these countries because it's done in traces, can be done in traces, it's for free. The platform is put at the service of these countries by the European Commission. So we see more advantages than disadvantages, actually, for these countries. And to Tunisia, I believe that I trust the question refers to the reinforced checks, the intensified official controls that we perform when we detect a non-compliance at the border. As the colleague said, these checks imply that we target the establishment of origin. For instance, an establishment exporting fishery products is detected, the fishery products are detected with higher levels of heavy metals than allowed. So we target the establishment of origin and we subject all the consignments coming from that establishment to physical check and laboratory tests at the border until we reach a sequence of 10 satisfactory results on a row. So if everything goes well, if there is no reason for concern, then after 10 consignments, the measure is lifted. However, if not, then we carry on the controls. In this regard, I may say that when we detect this non-compliance, it means that there have been at least 2 failures in the export chain. First, the operator, the exporting establishment, which is responsible for the compliance of the goods that they put in our market, failed in their self-controls to ensure that what they were exporting was compliant with our rules. And second, the competent authority of the exporting country, who in principle ensures and provides warranties for the compliance of that consignment with our rules, also failed because the consignment was not compliant. So in our view, this measure is more than justified. And the result, the outcomes of the implementation of these measures, what tell us is that we find more non-compliances in this kind of situation. So it's more likelihood that we detect non-compliant consignments when we target this establishment of origin. Sorry.
Thank you very much for all the good questions and responses. So I would like then to thank all the 5 presenters of this first part of session 3 from China, the European Commission, France, Denmark, and the Netherlands. And then, thank you very much. And then I will ask to the podium Ms. McCurtry and Ms. Ognedal. So this last part of session 3 and this morning is on facility registration, challenges and opportunities. We have 4 speakers. Ms. Shona Morris, Executive Vice President, Trade Policy and Global Affairs, U.S. Dairy Exports Council and National Milk Producers Federation. And we have Ms. Shannon McCurtry, Senior Director of International Affairs, National Pork Producers Council, United States. And we have Ms. Hilde Ognedal, Senior Advisor, Norwegian Food Safety Authority, and Chairperson of the Codex Electronic Working Group on Establishment Listing Guidance. And then lastly, we have Mr. Patrick Roberts, Policy Analyst, Trade Agreements Division, International Affairs Branch, Canadian Food Inspection Agency. 2 online and 2 in person. So we start then with Ms. Shona Morris. You have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to pull up my slides real quick. Are you hearing me and can you see the slides?
Coming up
okay,
there.
Great. There we are. Okay, thanks so much for letting me join you and participate in this important thematic session. I apologize for not being able to be with you in person, but very much appreciate the chance to join virtually. The issue of facility registration is one that's become extremely important and quite timely for our industry. It's one we're grappling with in a number of various markets, and one we've been increasingly discussing with our counterparts from other countries as well. We've been involved in a project with some of those other peers in other dairy producing countries recently, looking at what are some of the commonalities of facility registration approaches across major markets around the world. So certainly from today, I speak from the US dairy industry's perspective, but I think the types of experiences that I'm sharing with you are similar to what I've heard from our colleagues in a number of other dairy sectors as well, in many of the countries that you represent there too. So thank you. Before I dive into the details of the facility registrations space, I just wanted to give a quick overview of the types of products that we have experience exporting and typically where those are headed. The mainstay of a lot of what we export is cheese and then a wide variety of dried dairy products, non-fat milk, lactose, whey products, and others. And then on the right side of the slide are the top 6 markets that we export to, but we export to 115 markets around the world, so quite a broad spectrum in terms of the various requirements and approaches to this issue. I'm going to talk through 4 key typical aspects that we see in terms of how various markets are approaching facility registration, and then close with some recommendations for consideration looking forward. The first approach I wanted to start with is by far the most trade-friendly and the most straightforward, and that's markets that do not require facility registration. This certainly isn't an obligatory tool. There are other ways that competent authorities of importing countries can ensure that the food coming in for their consumers is safe by using a combination of other approaches. One of those that we see quite commonly used in the dairy industry is the use of health certificates issued by the exporting countries' regulating authorities, coupled with spot testing of shipments, so that there is routine testing on a sampling basis of the products being imported. We also see use in the fact of importer liability being combined with this as well, so that you're helping to send through the commercial supply chain the right messages about compliance, reinforcing, of course, the exporter's natural desire for compliance with the country that they're shipping to. And all of that being based in key part around confidence in the exporting partners, competent authorities, and the role that they're already performing to ensure for safe food within their own system that they regulate. As I mentioned earlier, in our view, this is the most streamlined. It keeps costs at a minimum, and it really makes the best use of limited regulator resources by ensuring that the onus is on the exporting country to make sure that they're taking care for what's happening in their country, and the importing country to rely on those additional assurances rather than duplicate some of the requirements through facility registration requirements. The next type of approach that we see used in some cases is a relatively light touch approach to facility registration, and that's streamlined systems. These streamlined systems tend to be put in place in ways that are required for all food facilities versus just dairy. So it does not single out dairy specifically, but rather applies across the board. The type of information required in these types of cases is pretty top line, major identifying information about the exporter, such as their facility number, contact information, and then the type of product that's being shipped and the relevant tariff codes. This does require some extra steps by industry, so is a step up in burdensome level from the first situation, but tends not to be excessively burdensome, particularly, as I mentioned, when you have this applying to all food facilities versus singling out just dairy. And we do see this commonly coupled still with the use of certification. The third type of system is government-to-government listing procedures. These are not widely used, but they are present in some key markets. They tend to be specific to dairy, sometimes other livestock products too, and do not apply to all food facilities across the board. In cases like this, the listing details are compiled by the domestic competent authority and then provided on a government-to-government basis to the importing countries' regulators. You have a lot of the same information, so identifying information about the facilities, about the products being shipped, so quite top line. But the reason why we view this type of approach as more burdensome, more costly for trade is because of a few factors. Number one, exporters can't complete the process on their own. So that means that the government-to-government nature of it is going to shape what some of the requirements for getting on the exporting countries list may be. and impact the timeliness of adding new facilities, or in some cases expanding the types and sets of products that are included on that list. You still, again, typically have dairy certification requirements layering on top of those. And most importantly, you normally have these government-to-government negotiations that precede the creation of the list that define what companies need to do in order to actually be even eligible to get on the list. In our view, this very much seems to indicate the lack of trust from the importing country's competent authority in the exporting country's competent authority, because of this recreation of what the exporting regulators are already doing. By far the most burdensome system, though, is the last one here. This is limited. There's only a relatively small number of markets, at least that we ship to, that we are familiar, have this type of very extensive facility registration requirements. Again, they tend to be specific to dairy and perhaps other livestock products and not apply to all food facilities. They tend to be ones that the exporter is required to complete themselves. And they have a long, long list, as you can see from the various bullets here on the slide, of what's required in order for compliance. In our view, this introduces the most cost into the system, certainly the most duplication. These types of situations often seem as if the importing regulator is trying to duplicate in full what the exporting competent authority is already doing. Again, typically in combination with certification. So a lot of extra requirements, a lot of extra burden and cost layered on the supply chain system without a real change in the fundamental food safety of the product being traded. So with that as the overview, in my last slide, I just wanted to close with a few recommendations for consideration. In our experience, exporting to approximately 115 markets around the world, certainly the approach that we think is most streamlined, reduces costs the most, so keeps food prices lowest for consumers in importing countries, is no facility registration. We think that the use of those additional tools I was referencing earlier, product certification, government-to-government discussions regarding what the exporting competent authority is already overseeing, spot testing of imports, and imposing liability on the importers themselves to, again, reinforce that supply chain messaging, can certainly achieve the safe food requirements of the importer without the additional burden of facility registration requirements. If some type of registration is required, though, and the importer decides this is a necessary element for their system, then we'd strongly recommend consideration of the streamlined approach. In our view, if this information is needed, it would seem to make sense that it's needed for all food facilities versus different approaches just for dairy or other livestock products. Certainly for dairy, virtually all trade that occurs is already processed. Everything that we're exporting is pasteurized products, for instance, so it's been heat treated in order to result in safe food trade. We would recommend that this include that more top-line information through a fast and automated process for application, identifying company name and facility registration or facility identification number, the product information. And this too can be coupled with some other tools. Beyond the certification route, countries can enter into bilateral discussions on systems recognition or other ways of ensuring that this provides sufficient understanding on a regulator-to-regulator basis so that those more burdensome, much more extensive requirements aren't needed that result in the more burdensome listing approaches. Finally, I'd like to just put a short plug in for work that I know one of the subsequent panelists will be talking about here in a few minutes, and that's the CC-FIX facility registration proposal that's been recently tabled. There really isn't any international detailed guidance about how countries should implement this if they decide they need a registration approach. And we very much support the CC-FIX effort to try to develop some international models of best practices for how to go about this if a country decides that this is required. again, thank you. I appreciate the chance to join and look forward to the question discussion session.
Thank you very much, Shona, for sharing your experiences and your recommendations. I then give the floor to Shannon McMurtry. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Shannon McMurtry. I'm pleased to be here today. I know how important thematic sessions such as this one are to you as delegates and member countries, having previously served as a delegate for the U.S. Department of Agriculture with the U.S. But I'm here today to present on behalf of the U.S. National Pork Producers Council and to present our perspectives on facility registration requirements. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the National Pork Producers Council, in case you're not familiar. We represent approximately 42 producer organizations and the domestic industry in terms of their global interests. We represent more than 60,000 U.S. pork producers nationwide. Pork in the U.S. is a major value-added enterprise, significant to the U.S. agricultural economy. We produce high quality, safe and affordable pork and pork products. We are a highly regulated product in the United States as well. Our industry represents more than 500,000 American jobs, which is seemingly very significant, as well as a number of jobs, over 155,000 are supported through exports. Next slide. So again, exports are critically important to our industry, as is this topic, hence I'm here today in person. For instance, in 2024, we exported about 8.6 billion with a B pork products around the world to over 100 countries. For us, that's about a quarter of our U.S. domestic production. And the value for individual producers is about $66. Next slide, please. So it's against that backdrop that, again, we're here today to represent. I won't read it in detail again. You are all well familiar, but our reliance on the WTO SPS agreement. And in particular, we recognize the foundational importance of the equivalence article. Next slide, please. So for us, the core of that article is that the exporting country is required to objectively, demonstrate how the food safety system, including our laws, our regulations, our policies, our enforcement actions, achieve a comparable level of system to what the importing country requires. And again, previous speakers have spoken to this as well. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? So for us, it's critically important that we continue to support the Article 4 of the SPS agreement. And we very much appreciate that it's a government-to-government process rather than a government-to-importing establishment, or to an exporting establishment process. So for us, these food safety standards that are carried out and enforced by the competent authority are core. Next slide. So we recognize that the Article 4 equivalence, and frankly, as somebody that used to administer Article 4 and do equivalence evaluations, fully recognize that it is a very resource-intensive process for both the importing country and the exporting country, going through the detailed exchanges of information and data relative to the entire aspect of a food control system is no easy process, and certainly, doing so consistent with Codex guidelines is a labor and resource intensive process. But it's critically important to public health, to ensuring that food safety requirements are achieved and they are met on both ends, and providing confidence to the system. We also believe that it's an efficient means by which the importing country can have confidence, frankly, in the product that they're receiving from any exporting country and all the establishments that produce product under that system. We believe that relying on the competent authority to do those checks is ultimately more efficient than an importing country going establishment by establishment to the exporting country to oversee, certify, enforce, and investigate lapses with the foreign import requirements. Additionally, it should provide, once again, a level of confidence. Next slide, please. So from our perspective, facility and product type registration requirements have become a little bit of an onerous, duplicative, and unnecessary burden. Again, we really believe that this is a government-to-government exercise and that all the information that an importing country requires to facilitate the import of safe product can be secured most efficiently and most effectively and with the highest degree of confidence if it's provided by the exporting country's competent authority. Going back through a product by product or a facility by facility registration process, in our view, is equivalent to imposing unnecessary burdens, but also is equivalent to a non-tariff barrier that doesn't necessarily enhance food safety. We believe that if the foreign competent authority has been determined equivalent, then all of the facilities operating under that system should be eligible to export without additional requirements for information. Next slide. We see it as when you bypass the foreign competent authority as an importing country to evaluate foreign establishments and build individual lists, you're frankly undermining the SPS and the Codex guidelines. Additionally, we would also argue that you're not necessarily maybe getting those assurances through the competent authority of what is the correct information. Never mind the fact that, as was pointed out in the previous presentation, some of that information is of a proprietary nature or may also be duplicative of what is already provided to the competent authority. So going through the competent authority is sort of like a one-stop shop business and is ultimately the most efficient way to verify ongoing and continuous compliance with importing country animal health and food safety requirements. The supplying of, again, proprietary information such as HACCP plans, flow documents, detailed product listings is unnecessarily burdensome, and we don't see that it adds any value. Next slide. So for us here in the United States, I'm sure you're familiar, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service is the competent authority for the food safety of meat, poultry, processed egg products, including the pork and pork products that I represent here today. We see, and I'm sure many of you recognize, that USDA FSIS is a world-class public health agency, and we manage one of the world's strongest food safety system. We maintain a very robust oversight of domestic production. We make sure that the product is produced and certified for export. And we as individual producers work in close coordination and cooperation with FSIS to make sure that those requirements are met on the domestic level as well as relative to our exports. So we believe that our industry is well positioned to provide the information that foreign competent authorities may need to facilitate their imports, but once again, that is most effectively accomplished through coordination and communication with the U.S. domestic competent authority, in our case, USDA FSIS. And they can supply establishment lists, compliance information, and other data as may be necessary without creating additional burdens, and also by being able to verify the information that's provided is accurate. Next slide. So just to wrap up, hopefully within my given time slot, we believe that really the Article 4 of the SPS agreement, if we live by that and we rely on the competent authorities and follow the Codex guidance that we've been given, we have the most efficient system and the least burdensome process for my members of the MPPC. We look forward to continuing to work within the Codex environment and certainly with WTO members like yourselves to figure out if there are gaps and how we can most effectively determine how to fill those gaps in processes on an ongoing basis without imposing additional burdens on individual exporting establishments. Next slide. So I recognize there may be questions, but I think the protocol has been that we'll do all the speakers and then wrap up. So I look forward to those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and especially on Article 4 on equivalence versus facility and product registration. I then give the floor to Hilde Ognedal. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much for letting me speak here today on the ongoing work in Codex to develop principles and guidelines to harmonize the use, design, and implementation of establishment listings. In recent years, there has been an increase in the, could you please go back to the first slide? Thank you. So in recent years, there's been an increase in the information demands from importing countries to gain confidence in trade in food and foodstuffs. And we also experience an increase in the requirements for establishment lists, which are lists required, in this context, are lists required by importing authorities from exporting authorities, lists of the establishments which are identified by the exporting country as eligible to export specific food products to the importing country. In SPS, this would be called facility registration. The listing requirements, they can be extensive and resource demanding, and different importing countries have different requirements for the information to be provided, the formatting of the lists, and the submission processes. And there are also challenges in keeping the lists up to date, leading to outdated information and undue delays in adding new establishments to the list. And there are also problems related to delisting. And all of this can lead to potential problems at the border, again leading to unnecessary barriers to trade. As we just heard the representatives from the previous speakers from the industry saying that this is an onerous, burdensome activity and provides an extra burden and cost on the industry. And the same applies really to the authorities in this regard. Looking at the agenda for the upcoming SPS meeting, I noted that 4 of the 9 new specific trade concerns regard establishment listings, and about 20% of the total specific trade concerns regard requirements for establishment listing. Next slide, please. So the current situation is both labor intensive for both exporting and importing countries. Therefore, Norway submitted a proposal to the Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Inspection and Certification Systems, the CCFIX, to start new work on developing principles and guidelines to harmonize the use, design, and implementation of establishment lists. And in 2024, the Codex Commission agreed to this as a new work proposal. And an electronic working group has been established to develop such guidelines. And this working group is open to all members of the Codex Commission. The working group is chaired by Norway and co-chaired by Australia, India, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and Spain. And this working group will report to the CCFIX session in October 2026 with the aim to finalize the work for adoption by the Codex Commission in 2027 or at the latest 2028. In addition to this electronic working group, CCFIX has agreed to have a physical working group meeting in Oslo in the middle of March 2026. And the Codex Secretariat recently sent out invitations for this meeting. Next slide, please. So, the purpose of this ongoing work is to facilitate harmonized, streamlined, and timely information sharing when establishment lists are justified. The new guidelines should simplify and lessen the burden of establishment lists and decrease the requirements for data gathering. And as Codex already has in place a very useful guideline on the exchange of information between importing and exporting countries to support trade in foods, the guideline 89/2016, the new guidelines are being developed as an annex to those existing guidelines. And I've included a link to that guideline in this presentation. Next slide, please. So, currently a second draft is shared with the working group for comments, and I will give you an introduction to some of the main elements in this draft. So the purpose is to provide principles and guidelines on whether the use of establishment lists may be justified, and if justified, how this can be operationalized in an appropriate, cooperative, and least trade restrictive manner. It is also stated that the new draft is not intended to further encourage the use of establishment lists and should not result in increased or duplicative requirements. The objective of the guidelines is to minimize the burden of establishment lists by promoting consistency in approaches to the use, design, and implementation of such lists, simplification and harmonization of data requirements, and a risk-based, transparent, consistent, and system-based approach to requirements for establishment lists. The guidelines also include initial considerations to be examined before introducing or updating requirements for establishment lists. And the previous speaker would be, I hope, pleased to know that one of the guidelines we are in this initial considerations, we are highlighting some of the Codex guidelines that are of particular importance in this regard, and one of them is on equivalence. In addition, in these initial considerations, it is highlighted that importing countries should consider whether requirements for establishment lists are necessary based on the food safety risk posed by the products, or whether the objectives and assurances can be met by other, less trade restrictive mechanisms. Next slide, please. Yes, in addition, there are several sections in the guidelines. There is a section on roles and responsibilities, a section with more principles to guide the decision on whether to require establishment lists, as well as sections on format, use and implementation, updating and amendments, and delisting. And these sections include a number of important elements, such as elements expressing that requirements for establishment lists should be based on evidence of risk, and the level and detail of information required should be narrowly tailored to the risk posed by the specific food products. And then electronic exchange of information should be accepted, and use of internationally recognized standards are encouraged to ensure harmonized data fields and facilitate interoperability. Establishment lists should be part of a system-based approach rather than an individual establishment approach. And commercially sensitive and personal data should not be required. Importing countries requiring establishment lists should have in place efficient systems and clear procedures to allow accurate and timely updating and publishing of the list. And they should also ensure that errors are amended without undue delay, and considerations should be taken to minimize the disruption to trade while discrepancies are rectified. And last but not least, there should be transparent criteria and processes for delisting and relisting of establishments. Next slide, please. So, important takeaways from this work on Codex guidelines are that establishment lists should not be considered a necessary component of an import or export protocol. Most trade in food occurs without the need for establishment lists to be developed by importing and exporting countries. If establishment lists are required, this should be based on evidence of risk, and the information required should be narrowly tailored to the risk posed by the specific food products. And active use of the guidelines should facilitate the exchange of information between importing and exporting countries. To achieve this outcome, it's important that the competent authorities in both exporting and importing countries engage in developing these guidelines to ensure that they properly address the challenges we meet. The guidelines are being developed in cooperation between the working group members and will need to be adopted by consensus in the Codex Commission. So, if you agree that these guidelines are of importance to facilitate trade, please engage with your colleagues who are participating in the work in CC-FIX and consider whether the guidelines include the necessary elements to address the challenges we face. Next slide, please. So if we succeed and new guidelines are adopted, this should help solving the challenges related to establishment lists. And if I may be very optimistic, the ultimate goal is that there will be no need for specific trade concerns related to establishment lists in the SPS committee in the future. This would be the ultimate goal. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps it's a very optimistic goal, but it's really up to us to make guidelines which will lead us in this direction, and just as important, to use them actively when they are adopted and enter into force. And in this regard, the SPS committee play an important role related to the use of international standards. Next slide, please. So, once again, thank you for letting me have this presentation for you. And if you would like more information on the working group, please don't hesitate to contact me. I will be here for the meetings this week and can also be contacted by email. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Hilda. It's good to see that Codex is ambitious. And for this sneak peek into the work of the electronic working group. And you have already got 2 inputs from your previous speakers. Okay, so then next speaker, Mr. Patrick Roberts, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. Oops. Can everyone see my screen and hear me well?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for having me to present at the thematic session today. My name is Patrick Roberts, and I work in the International Affairs branch of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. I'd like to highlight Canada's food import requirements related to importer licensing and systems approval for meat and seafood. Before I go any further, I'll just note that while we do talk about registration in this thematic session, we at Canada call it more licensing now. We've moved to that term, so they are the same term in general. So for this presentation, we'll be focusing on import controls in the food industry. The image on the screen demonstrates only a small portion of the import controls utilized by Canada. There are other additional requirements for importation, for example, of plant products under a systems approach, but were not included here as it was discussed at the March 2025 thematic session on innovative regulatory approaches to state trade. The CFIA is not the only government organization that plays a role in import controls. Global Affairs Canada is the overall lead for international trade. Health Canada is responsible for establishing health, safety, and nutritional standards for food in Canada. And the Canadian Border Service Agency is responsible for the initial import inspection performed at airports and other Canadian points of entry. So let's talk about importer licensing. So food requirements, both domestic and imported, are set out in the Safe Food for Canadian Act and regulations. It establishes a modern legislative framework for the safety of food commodities. The SFCR, which fully came into force in January 2019, marked an important step in the transformation of Canada's food safety system. CFIA develops import requirements based on our import policies and regulations, which are risk-based. All imported food requires that the importer holds a safe food for Canadian license. Licensing assigns responsibility to a person, company for ensuring all applicable requirements of the SFCR are being met. Exporters of food to Canada do not need to be licensed. However, exporters need to work through a licensed importer in Canada. The importer needs to ensure the foreign supplier exporter has food safety controls in place and the requirements to import into Canada are understood. So the CFIA's importer risk assessment model is a quantitative science-based risk assessment tool designed to estimate the risk associated with food importers under the Safe Food for Canadian regulations. The IRAM, in short, helps inform the allocation of the agency's inspection resources according to the food safety risks and supports other oversight activities. The IRAM was created in collaboration with internal and external stakeholders, for example, industry, academia, reviewed by a scientific advisory committee, and validated through performance assessment exercises. Apologies for that. The model takes into consideration 3 groups of risk factors: inherent risk, e.g. type of food, product volume. Number 2, mitigation, national food safety, system recognition, and finally, compliance factors, inspection results, recalls, for example. So the benefits of the IRM is it's science-based and internationally recognized, peer-reviewed scientific publications, consistent, systemic, and evidence-based approach to decision-making, and it promotes a uniform assessment within and across all commodities and sectors to allow similar levels of risk being treated with the same similar rigor. So the importer requires various types of information from the foreign supplier. It will depend on the food being imported, the type of activities or processes the food is subject to being imported, and whether the foreign supplier is subject to specific import requirements. And I would like to highlight meat and shellfish there because on the next slide, that is where we're going to start discussing. Importers and foreign suppliers can obtain import requirements by accessing the information in the automated import reference system, and a handy link to ERRS is provided at the end of this presentation. So for certain food commodities, meat and shellfish, only specific foreign establishments or suppliers are permitted to export to Canada. This is based on prior CFIA approval of their country's inspection system and establishments. The CFIA recognizes several countries as having a food safety system that provides the same level of protection as Canada's regulatory system. Non-resident importers are allowed to obtain a license under limited conditions. For example, your fixed place of business must be in a country the CFIA has recognized as having a food safety system that provides at least the same level of protection as that of the SFCR. So recognizing the foreign systems. In alignment with Article 4 equivalents of the WTO SPS agreement, Canada may grant recognition to a country for their inspection system for meat products or live or raw shellfish if that inspection system provides at least the same level of protection as that provided by the SFCR. The authorized representative of a country may make an application in writing for the recognition of its inspection system to the CFIA. The CFIA follows the Codex guidelines on the judgment of equivalence of sanitary measures associated with food inspection and certification systems. So once a system's approval is set up, the benefits of it is there's a reduced administrative burden on competent authorities. It enhances confidence in the safety of imported products by verifying the implementation of controls at the source, facilitates bilateral trade, facilitates exchange of information during food safety incidents, and it's a transparent approval process for the exporting establishment. And at the very end of the presentation, we've included some helpful links if you need any additional information on topics that I've discussed today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Newt.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Okay, so then we open the floor for questions and comments, and also on Zoom you may use the Q&A box. I see Japan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor, and many thanks for the excellent presentations and sharing your perspectives, speakers. And I couldn't agree more with the two US speakers. And I have a question, a comment directed toward the speaker from Norway. And thank you for leading this extremely important work on establishment listings and the Codex. And Japan will be submitting detailed comments on the second draft very soon. And taking this opportunity today, I would like to offer one general observation regarding the current draft, which is being developed as an annex to CXG 89/2016, Principles and Guidelines for the Exchange of Information between Importing and Exporting Countries to Support the Trade in Food. In our view, in practice, mandatory establishment listing systems operated by some members, for example, prior authorization of individual export establishments through centralized digital systems, platforms, often function as approval procedures rather than an information exchange mechanism. In light of this, the current draft may not yet fully reflect how establishment listing is being implemented in the real world. We fully recognize that this work is still evolving, and Japan remains committed to constructively contributing to the development of guidance that is both science-based and fit for purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Norway, you would respond? Yes.
Thank you, moderator. Yes, just to say thank you very much for this observation. I think it's a very interesting one, and I would encourage you to submit it to the working group in writing, please. So thank you.
I see no further questions in the room, but there is one on Zoom from Bhutan. I will read the question. I would like to thank the presenters for their excellent presentations. I have some questions pertaining to this session. One, to Ms. Morris and McCartney. US, how do regulators ensure that registration systems remain transparent and predictable for exporters and importers? Two, to Ms. Hilde, Codex. I'm sure there will be some rules on the listing of already registered but non-compliant establishments. What safeguards would be included in the guideline to ensure that suspension of or delisting of facilities is based on objective scientific evidence and not based on political or commercial motives? Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity. So then, maybe Shannon?
Yeah. And just so I'm clear, the question was, how do regulators ensure that requirements and listings remain transparent, right? Okay.
Predictable.
And predictable. So I will speak a little bit from the US and sort of on the FSIS and the USDA side. I would say there's a couple things. One, and I actually perhaps should have mentioned this in my presentation. The industry as well as the competent authority has a vested interest in staying on the same page on these kinds of things. What are the requirements? Which countries are eligible and under what conditions? And so in the case of the US and FSIS, they really rely on the FSIS export library. That is sort of the singular place where information about the conditions for exporting to any given country is captured and communicated not only to the competent authority certified certifying inspectors that will certify the product, but also it's a tool used to communicate to industry. So I would suggest that in the FSIS or in the US system, the FSIS export library is where that information resides and updated on a timely basis.
Thank you. Shauna, do you want to comment on this?
Sure, just briefly, thank you for the question from Bhutan. From the US lens, my understanding from talking to counterparts that do ship to the US market is that the facility registration process that the Food and Drug Administration oversees, which would include imported dairy products, is online, operates with approval in a very short amount of time. So no more than, I think, a few hours to a few days was what has been what we've heard from other trading partners, and is quite straightforward, and that top line information. I'd say those types of commonalities, if a country has a registration system, would be what we would encourage, ensuring that exporters are aware of what's required. So publishing that, keeping it limited to a targeted set of information that genuinely is required to identify what's coming in and where, versus diving into much more of those duplicative requirements, and the timing around approval is a key piece of that. We see registration systems that vary from days to be approved to years to take approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Shauna. Shan, you want to comment?
I just wanted to add a sort of a qualifying remark. So the FSIS export library, I really took the question from the direction of the US exporting to foreign countries, which all of everything I said applies. But I would also note that the FSIS export library also now retains information about eligible establishments that are eligible to import into the US as well as the countries. So the countries and the establishments that are eligible to export from the US to foreign markets as well as import is all listed centrally in that database. So it works both ways.
Thank you, Shannon. Then there was the question on suspension or delisting, Hilde.
Yes, thank you. So now we have a second draft for the guidelines. So they are not completed yet, and this second draft is being discussed among the members of the working group. But in this current draft, there is a section on delisting, and it provides that importing countries should have transparent criteria and processes for delisting and relisting of establishments, and should clearly communicate these to the exporting country authorities. And where an establishment is suspended or delisted, the importing country should promptly inform the exporting country authorities, including the rationale and the supporting information for the decision. As I just mentioned, these guidelines are still being developed, but any further proposal to this end would be welcome. So please provide your proposals in writing to the electronic working group. That would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hilde. I see no further request for the floor. So then we have time actually to do the Menti. So I invite delegates to connect to Menti by scanning the QR code that you will see now on the screen, and read the code. I will do 39 21 67 18. And then type one key message of the morning session. Okay, so you can scan the QR code, and the number is 39 21 67 18. Well, this is very good. I see a lot of good input, many good one-liners. Okay, you can continue writing. Well, I will read up a very nice last message before we go to lunch. And just outside this room, Denmark, as presidency of the EU, invites for coffee and tea with Danish butter cookies from 2:30 until 3, so just before the afternoon session, in the main hall, just outside this room. Representatives from the Danish Food and Veterinary Administration and the Danish mission to the UN and WTO in Geneva will be present. And then participants on Zoom may look up on the internet the recipes for Danish butter cookies. I recommend them. They are very nice. Okay. Have a nice lunch. See you at 3.
Hey, sweetheart. Just testing here for meeting. Happy birthday, Lorena. Thank you. Let me just disconnect here. Everybody's inside? Yeah, I'm okay. Must be. I was on my meeting, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't see him. He said. No, it's still there because I'll be doing presentation at 4 o'clock. So I'm testing if I can connect. Yeah, so I'll be presenting at the SPS committee at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so you finish your.
No, I will let them go all the way and I'll just step out at 4 o'clock. Because by then everything would have already been discussed.
So the meetings that without you then?
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. Hi, can you hear me? Okay. So Mary Grace, if you could test your speaker and then also, okay, you don't have any presentation slides, so just to test your video and then your sound.
Hello, I would just like to check if you can hear me properly.
Yes. Could you say something more? Maybe a sentence?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning, I think. Sorry.
Good evening to you.
I hope you can hear me properly. Is it
Do
okay?
you have a microphone?
I'll try. I'll check again.
All right.
Hello?
So, yes. Mary Grace, can you please continue talking? You're muted.
Hi, can you hear me now? Or it's
Yes.
still not clear?
It's clear, but then also to ensure that the interpreters are able to hear you clearly, we would encourage you to use a speaker if you have one, or
Okay,
at least try to speak as clear as possible.
okay. And if my headset is not working, I'll try to speak as slowly as I can so
Sure.
that the interpreters can catch what I'm saying.
Sure. All right.
Thank
For
you.
now,
But you can hear
it's
me
fine.
properly, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So keep doing what you are doing now. And also you would have to stay until the end of the entire session. So you would have your first intervention followed by Ms. Gisela, then Dr. Andrea, then there will be the Q&A session.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very
Can I,
much.
can I share my slides, guys?
Yes.
Is it Julissa I'm talking to?
No, sorry, this is Angela.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to see because I'll be on the session between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Okay. Could you please hold on a bit? I test Giovanna. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, we can all hear you.
Okay,
Good.
great.
I don't have my
Giovanna,
headphones at the moment, but because
no,
I'm in
that's
a
fine.
meeting.
Sure, that's fine. Giovanna, please hold on. And Rose, you can
share?
share. Yes.
Okay.
Do I need to send a request? Is what it's saying here.
To send a request?
Yeah, when I click on share, it says someone else is sharing. You can
Yes,
request.
please try again.
Ah, okay. So I will close. Oh, now I can. Thank you. So then this is my slide. Should I go through, maybe see what's happening?
Yes, you first put it on presentation mode. There's
Oh, yeah, of
there's
course.
a
Thank
screen.
you.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, apologies.
I think it's
What did you
fine.
want to do?
This meeting. Sorry, guys.
No,
So
it's
this
fine.
is the presentation for this afternoon.
Okay.
So it's
So
only 8
your
slides. This is what you guys
sure,
asked me.
that's fine. Thank you very much. So your intervention is, if everything goes well, it should be around 4:13 p.m. Geneva time.
4:30, yeah?
13,
Oh,
4:15.
4:13. Okay, so then I will connect at 4 o'clock to be able to make sure that I make on time.
Okay. But you could also stay if you are able to.
Yeah, I'm running a meeting here in Brussels, so this is the problem.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
So the link should be okay, yeah? If I disconnect and go back a little bit later, the Zoom link will be exactly the same.
Yes. And then also after your presentation, you would have to wait a little for 2 more presentations before the Q&A.
Okay. Okay, so then we'll
So
take
we'll
us
be
to
happy
5
if you are
o'clock.
able to stay throughout.
Yes, I'll be able to stay throughout.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
And
you.
see you later.
I'll see you later. Thank you for the support.
Thank you too. Then back to you, Giovanna.
Yes. Shall I try to share my slides as well?
Yes, please. Are you using a microphone?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you hear me well?
Yes. Perfect.
Can you see
Can you
them?
please try it? Yes.
It goes through.
Yes, it's
You can see them
changing.
moving. Okay.
Yes. All right. So same for you. You would be the first to start the next session, which would be approximately around 4 p.m. Geneva time.
Okay. Okay. I will connect a bit earlier than that.
Sure. All right. Thank you. And then same for Rose, you would also have to stay after your presentation and then have the Q&A after all 4 speakers.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right. Thank you and see you later.
Okay, see you later. Thanks to you. Bye.
Bye. Then
And now I'm going to talk about, yeah, you can hear me also if I speak like that, and I'm going to move a little bit. You can, I mean, I will talk to the people, so I will be more, yes? Excellent. Okay, good. Then we have that one. Good. Yeah, and my voice is a bit, it's a bit hoarse, so I just hope I'm not going to lose it on the way.
No, I think it's fine.
Okay, good. They're all been in person. Yeah. Is the lady with the company now? You meet her?
Yes.
Yeah.
The ones from
Okay, let's see if I can. You met her, right?
Yeah. I don't know if she recognized me, but I.
Okay, I'm gonna see her now.
Cabina española, ¿me oís? Cabina española. Cabina española, ¿me oís? Can the English booth hear me? Can you just confirm one of the speakers wants to stand? Can you confirm if this is audible for you to interpret? So she just wants to stand and do her like a standing presentation, so that is. She might be slightly. Huh? She might move on. Yeah. She. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back. And thanks to Denmark for the coffee and cookies. So this session number 4 is titled Ongoing Projects, Research to Further Streamline Risk-Based Import Controls. The objective of this session is to explore the dynamic landscape of innovation, collaboration, and scientific advancement that is shaping the future of import control systems. And we'll do that by showcase a diverse range of projects, research initiatives, and innovative approaches undertaken by members, international organizations, and other stakeholders. So the aim is to deepen our collective understanding of emerging developments and to identify high-impact, cost-effective preventive measures that enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of science-based import controls, and also highlight how regulatory cooperation and data-driven decision-making are being leveraged to streamline processes and improve outcomes. So we have 3 presentations before the Q&A. Ms. Mary Grace Mandigma, Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standards, Department of Agriculture, the Philippines. Ms. Gisela Coaglia, Research Program Officer, European Commission, and Dr. Andrea Fique, Cereal Plant Pathologist, Research Professor at the Department of Fungal Diseases. And we will start with Mary Grace online. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Bernal, for the kind introduction. I hope you can hear me properly.
Yes.
Distinguished delegates, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. On behalf of the Department of Agriculture of the Philippines, I express our sincere appreciation for the opportunity to share our experience in institutionalizing the use of regulatory impact assessment within our agricultural and fishery regulatory framework. In 2021, the Department of Agriculture, through the Bureau of Agriculture and Fishery Standards, we initiated a project preparation grant and submitted it to the STDF for funding. The PPG is designed to pilot the application of good regulatory practices in the agriculture and fishery sectors. This initiative during the time was timely and coincided with the release of the STDF Practical Guide on Good Regulatory Practices, which aims to strengthen the development and implementation of SPS measure. The project that the Philippines submitted actually served as a stock-taking exercise, examining how SPS regulations are formulated and enforced by Philippine Agriculture and Fishery Regulatory Agency, identifying key challenges and laying the groundwork for a comprehensive 3-year project proposal. Based on the feedback that we gathered from the agencies and the stakeholders during that time, and informed by trade and consumption data, the Philippines applied RIA and decided to apply the RIA to 2 meat-related regulations, that is on meat labeling and on the microbial specifications on meat. To provide some context why we chose these 2 regulations, according to our Bureau of Animal Industry, which is a regulatory agency here in the Philippines, the Philippines imported around 1.2 million metric tons of meat in 2023, mainly pork and chicken, and that the Philippines ranks 10th globally in meat consumption, averaging 15.1 kilogram per person per year. Pork is also the most consumed meat in the Philippines, accounting 13.5 kilograms per capita, followed by poultry and beef and veal. Given the economic and dietary significance of meat in the Philippines, the two meat regulations were chosen as a strategic starting point. Applying RIA to these measures enabled the concerned regulatory agencies to assess regulatory options more systematically, ensure consistency with Codex Alimentarius and WOAH or WOA standards, and safeguard public health while supporting efficient and science-based trade. Actually, here in the Philippines, the adoption of RIA is supported by a national legislation that institutionalizes its use in rulemaking process. The conduct of RIA, or Regulatory Impact Assessment, is required under Republic Act 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business Act. This legislation also established one agency or an authority which now checks and requires government agency to conduct RIA for proposed and existing regulations to reduce burden and improve efficiency. Therefore, this legislation provides a very, very strong foundation for the agriculture and fishery sector to ensure that the new and existing regulations are not only science-based, but also proportionate, transparent, and inclusive. The pilot project benefited from the strong leadership of our Assistant Secretary for Policy and Regulation. So during the project, we identified our champion, quote unquote, for this RIA implementation in the agriculture and fishery sectors. The pilot project also benefited from the strong institutional leadership from our two regulatory agency related to meat, which is the National Meat Inspection Service and the Bureau of Animal Industry, as well as the recently established General Assembly of Regulatory Agencies, which fosters coordination and collaboration among and across regulatory bodies here in the Philippines. More specifically, the current project grant that we had at the STDF on RIA aims to standardize the training materials and institutionalize the capacity development plan on RIA, update the current RIA policy instrument, which was developed even before the ARTA was born, and use the lessons learned from the pilot project into the general policy of the Department of Agriculture, and then operationalize a network which will serve as a venue where all good practices can be shared by all the regulatory agency. Our next step is to scale up the application of RIA beyond the meat sector. So the project grant that we had at the STDF only applies or pilot, we will pilot it in the meat sector, but it's going to be scaled up, extending it to other agriculture and fishery products to further strengthen the coherence and transparency and effectiveness of our regulatory system. Based on the internal monitoring of our bureau, which is the Bureau of Agriculture and Fishery Standards, there are 162 Philippine national standards that have been adopted by the DA regulatory agencies, and 53 of which are food safety related. To date, the Bureau has developed 183 standards related to food safety, and we are backed up again by a strong legislation, which is the Food Safety Act of the Philippines, which now mandates the adoption of food safety standards in the regulations. This, together with this project, we will ensure that whenever the regulatory agency adopt food safety standards into the regulation, the impact of that regulation will be assessed, therefore ensuring that the new and existing regulations are not only science-based, but also proportionate, transparent, and inclusive. In conclusion, the Philippines remains committed to promoting good regulatory practices as a cornerstone of sound policy and trade facilitation. As we often say here in the Philippines, good regulation protects people, but good regulatory practice keeps trade flowing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mary Grace, for sharing your experiences and your work. Next speaker is Gisela Coaglier. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. Thank you. So good afternoon. Throughout the past presentations, the importance of science-based approaches in SPS has been a recurrent theme, underscoring the fundamental role of research and innovation. In the following 12 minutes, I will offer an overview of different EU-funded research and innovation activities supporting SPS import controls in the remit of plant and animal health. First, I need to start with Horizon Europe, the EU Research and Innovation Program, that is a cornerstone framework for research and innovation in the EU. It's organized in 3 pillars, from basic research and excellent science in Pillar 1 to Innovative Europe and funding for innovation like the European Innovation Council in Pillar 3. Pillar 2 addresses global challenges and European industrial competitiveness, and it's organized in 6 thematic clusters. One of these clusters is Cluster 6, you can see on the screen in green, which focuses on food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment, and has a budget nearing 9 billion euros for the period 21-27. Approximately 1/3 of this budget is dedicated to agriculture, forestry, and rural areas, highlighting the importance of these sectors for the EU. Horizon Europe is open to the world and provides researchers and innovators with opportunities for collaboration, fostering international cooperation in areas such as plant health and animal health. Moving to plant health, globalization and climate change accelerate pest and disease spread, threatening crops, biodiversity, and food security. Our research and innovation efforts provide integrated solutions for prevention, detection, monitoring, and control, enabling sustainable pest management and supporting agriculture resilience. EU-funded plant health research and innovation centers on prevention, early detection, and control of plant pests, with projects like Citrus Booster and Bexil addressing specific quarantine pests like Xylella fastidiosa or citrus greening or citrus black spot. Meanwhile, Stella, Cerberus, and Foresight use digital technologies for advanced monitoring. You will hear after my presentation about the project Pure Pest by Andrea Finker. These are examples of EU-funded initiatives in the remit of plant health. But last year, the European Commission initiated an innovation action call with a budget of 8 million euros, aimed at developing rapid, reliable, and cost-effective tools for plant health inspectors to detect pests at borders. From this call, 2 projects were selected, SensaPest and Emerge Now, and have the objective to develop these rapid, robust, and innovative solutions for detecting and identifying plant pests during import control, to demonstrate that they are cost effectiveness and promote wider adoption of these new technologies in import controls, and enable inspectors to detect a broader range of pests more efficiently. In the following slide, I will outline some of key details about this project that just recently started in September of this year. Regarding the project SensaPest, this project seeks to deliver a powerful, portable analytical tool for fast, efficient, non-invasive, and non-destructive diagnostic of imported plants based on volatile organic compounds emissions. Within this slide, you can see some details on the consortia composition, the geographical distribution of the beneficiaries, and as well I have included a link for accessing further information. You can see on the slide the project duration is 4 years, and the consortium is with 11 European partners in 8 countries and include the associated partner in Switzerland. Due to time constraints, I will be brief with this slide. This innovation, as you can see also on the figures, has the potential to cost-effectively enhance the inspection of imported plants, significantly reducing the risk of invasive pests and reducing the cost of this detection. The second project, Emerge Now, tackles phytosanitary risk in importing citrus fruits by deploying cutting-edge tools for on-site detection and control. Its systemic solutions aims to improve plant health inspection. As you can see on the figure, they will develop different digital and robotic systems, for instance, digital platform for detection, warning, and data sharing. And the project will develop these digital and molecular tools for rapid detection of citrus black spot, for example, HLV, and also the insect vectors at the EU import points. These tools will undergo under initial testing in biosecure environments and validation in citrus orchards in the US, in Uganda, in Vietnam, and in Cyprus, with demonstrations then in authorized border control posts in Greece, Italy, Spain, and Cyprus. On this slide, you can see the consortium composition that includes entities from the EU, but as well of US, Uganda, and Vietnam are part of the consortium in this very challenging project. Moving on, animal health. I would like to present an important initiative in this remit, the European Partnership on Animal Health and Welfare, which is a collaborative action that strengthens research and innovation across Europe. The partnership has set 5 high priority areas: surveillance, monitoring system and risk assessment, procedures, methodologies, and tools to analyze animal health and welfare, management on farm during transport and slaughter and at sea, treatments and vaccine, and the last area, socioeconomic analysis. This collaborative action unites 90 entities from 24 countries, including 19 member states. It was launched last year in 2024, and this co-funded initiative represents count with a budget of 360 million euros, and the duration is over 7 years. Now is 7 years with a possibility to be extended 3 years more. So in this and the following slide, the partnership has outlined research needs for effective import control and illustrate how associated projects and activity will address these needs during the duration of the partnership. Effective import controls relies on reliable and user-friendly diagnostic tools, tools that are not limited by prior assumptions and can target multiple pathogens in different hosts, and also tools capable of analyzing the most relevant samples types in field conditions. Partnership-funded projects and activities aim to strengthen key components of effective import control. I can highlight, for instance, the project VETO, which advances diagnostic tool for infectious diseases, prioritizing rapid localized detection and monitoring, or the project PathOmics that enhance pathogen tracing through metagenomics and related omics techniques for early diagnostics in swine and poultry. And as well, the project Q-Diagnose focuses on developing multi-target diagnostics, or the project ADEPT that creates advanced tools for DIVA, environmental surveillance, and pathogen tracking across species. Effective import controls depends as well on surveillance systems that evolve alongside emerging technologies, and inclusive surveillance that monitor wild fauna as potential cross-border vectors and assessment of the risk, the associated risk. To conclude, I can say that research and innovation are key to enhance safe trade by developing innovative tools for the prevention, detection, and control of pests and diseases. And involving a diverse range of stakeholders is crucial for ensuring effective implementation across local, national, and international levels. I can also mention that stay tuned for the upcoming funding opportunities. As I mentioned at the beginning, Horizon Europe is open to the world, and we are close to open the calls 2026, where we have included nice activities, research and innovation activities that can support what I have presented so far. Thank you for the attention. I would like to, before closing, extend a special thanks to the project coordinators of SPS, Emerge Now, and also the Partnership Animal Health and Welfare for providing me with the slides on the material on this ongoing initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gisela, for sharing all this interesting information about European research project of relevance to SPS import control and the SPS committee. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Andrea Fike.
I think you can all hear me now, I hope. Excellent. Well, distinguished delegates, usually phytosanitary certificates or plant health certificates, regulations, all that should safeguard trade with plant or plant-based products from having any pest or pathogen carrying with them. A lot of legislation, a lot of time, a lot of resources have gone into these legislations or certificates. And a lot of people really trust those certificates for good reasons. We have some challenges, though, when it comes to really making sure that these certificates mirror what is on those plants. In Norway, we had a project about a year ago and a couple of years ago where we found about 44% of all the incoming plant consignments had some Phytophthora on them. Almost 90 had plant parasitic nematodes on them. All of them had a valid plant health certificate or a phytosanitary certificate. So obviously something is not quite working with the implementation of these rules and regulations. One reason is that it's extremely difficult to go and to check each and every consignment, the different sendings of plants for plants, plant pathogens, and pests. It is just practically impossible to look at each and every plant. The other thing is that a lot of the pathogens can be latent. So you might try to visually assess a plant that shows no symptoms of the pathogen it contains. So that makes it very difficult to rely on visual assessments. And it might not be really a surprise that about only 3 to 10% of all the consignments are actually tested because it is so time and competence demanding. Who has time, who has money for that? So one possible solution is that to go away from the visual inspections one-to-one directly, aided by the molecular tools, to high throughput remote sensing of the plant health status. And that is where the project Purposed, financed by the Horizon Europe initiative, is coming in. Plants cannot talk, right? Like we can. There's no acoustic signals that we usually have, but they can still communicate the plant health status by emitting chemicals. Every plant, if you just go around, if you go through a forest, you can smell, you know that you're in a forest. You can have these chemical compounds, these volatiles, and your nose is not too bad a sensor that can detect them. It is a lot more challenging to detect pathogens coming. So if you have a whole cloud of different spores coming around and it will land on your plant, the plant will respond immediately. It will start emitting volatile organic compounds, chemicals that need to be then detected. See, it can be very, very specific for the different pathogens that are out there. Some of these chemicals can be just increased, they can be consecutive all the time there, but increased upon arrival of a pest or pathogen. Some of them are really, really specific. In any case, we would need definitely a sensor to detect these volatile organic compounds, these informative signals, to make sure that you that you can interpret the language of the plant. Now, to do this, to actually identify that informative chemical is not easy. There's a multitude of different chemical compounds out there. We are surrounded by them. You know, you smell something all the time. We might not be aware of it. Some of these compounds are really, really low in their concentration. So it's very difficult to detect them. Some of them might be just not stable, so it might be there and then it disappears again. Some of them are emitted by just the plant that is attacked, some of them by the pest, some of them are emitted when they're both from the pest and from the plant. Some of them are general, some of them are very specific. So we are doing very specific controlled plant experiments where we collect these chemical organic or these volatile organic compounds from those plants that are healthy and those plants that are attacked by a specific pest or pathogen. It is really a puzzle. And if you just think about the Egyptian hieroglyphics, just a couple of degrees more complex. That's what we're talking about when we try to understand the language of plants. But the community of chemical ecologists and scientists who are working with that is growing. And we will put the compounds that we are finding and that we can associate it with a particular pest or pathogen on the Zenodo platform to make sure it's open and other people can utilize it as well. Now, once we have our target compound, we can associate it with the pest that we're interested in, we need sensors. And this might look very complicated, but it really is not. We are surrounded by a lot of volatile organic compounds. The first thing, if you want to capture your target compound, is you need to concentrate it. You need to somehow capture all those chemicals, all those volatile organic compounds on a pre-concentrator. Once you have done that, you want to separate them out so that you really know at what time is that compound coming out. And then you capture it on a very highly, now I don't really know if that works. Oh, no, it doesn't. You have to capture that on a highly selective coating. So it works basically like a lock in a key. Only your target compound that you have identified will be captured on a surface. Once you have that, you can use either solidly mounted resonators, like on the top there, where the capturing of this particular compound will produce a shift in your frequency. And that shift can then be detected by your sensor. The other thing is you're using light in the visual range, a Raman spectrum. And if you have your target compound present, then that Raman spectrum will shift and you will detect that shift. So it's really highly specific. Sometimes you're not quite sure what you're looking for, or you have just more range. Then you do the same thing. You capture your compounds, you select, you separate them out, and then you put them through a phytoionization detector, which basically throws UV light at your compounds, at all the different volatiles that are coming once in a row, and then it creates a current. If it's present, the current will be there, and you can amplify it and detect it. It is not as selective, but it's highly sensitive, so you can detect even very, very low concentrations. So that's a technology that will help us to detect these volatile organic compounds and decode the language of the plants. Currently, what we are having is, this is our first sensor system prototype that we are using. You have in the dark, basically up in the top, you have the pre-concentrator to make sure that you actually capture the volatile organic compounds. In the black box in the bottom there on the right-hand side, you have your chromatogram that will separate your compounds. And then you have your photoionization detector in the middle there. The idea is to have basically a box that you can put in your backpack, about 4 kilograms heavy. You have batteries, it runs for at least 8 hours, and you have as you can see on the very left side there, you have a staff that will suck in the air. So you take your staff, you put it out in your consignment, you suck in the air, it will be analyzed, and within 10 to 30 minutes, you should know if the target compound that is associated with your pest or disease is there or not. You will have a LED platform, basically an iPad sort of thing, that will tell you which compounds are present and which are not. So here we have our first prototype. We want to add some more of the sensors to it, but this is how it looks right now. Now, having that is not enough, right? It's nice to have something great, but how do you really implement it? So the social scientists started to have a questionnaire, and they asked the nursery owners, would you actually like something like that? Do you think it would really facilitate your daily operations? And the biggest concern of the nurseries, and that's maybe no surprise, is that, is it profitable? How much will it cost? Will we actually have any benefit from using this? The other thing is it, not just the economic return, but is it also reliable? Is it accurate? Will it work into our normal processing and our workflows? Those are the questions they were asking. Of course, will it not be just sufficient just to look and rely on your phytosanitary certificates? Can we just close our eyes and let it go? Will it not be better like that? And if we have a sensor like that, will it work only for the 5 target pests that we've been working in this particular project, or will it be versatile for many other pathogens and pests as well? Addressing these concerns, of course, is absolute essential for implementation. And the first step to do that is, we tell them that the concept is really not that new. Using volatile organic compounds to detect undesirables is actually already used for decades. It's just that the sensors are not so electric. They are canine. Dogs have been detecting narcotics, explosives, plants for decades. Recently, in the Bexil project that we've been just hearing about, they actually use dogs to detect Xylella fastidiosa, the quarantine bacteria in olive grooves. Believe that. Dogs can sniff this out. In Australia, they're using dogs now to determine where are the Phytophthora dieback trees. So it's not just a pie in the sky. It is actually working and people are using it. Using dogs is great, but in very cramped spaces and in certain areas, it is a bit difficult to use a dog. So we have seen more and more electronic noses also aiding the dogs in their ability to detect, for example, explosives. The food industry has started to put an eye on this because they can determine the right picking time just by using volatile organic compounds. When is the fruit actually ripe? When do you have to pick it? Or how can you avoid having spoilage organisms like that gray mold and grapes, making sure that the customer is not going to return this? You have to make sure that it's clean and healthy. But all that, we can talk about it all day long, and we can really try to make adequate pricing. We can show the functionality, initiate campaigns, have really action together with the research. But for true implementation, we really need to convince the users that this will facilitate their daily work. Not to make it more difficult, not to have another bureaucratic layer, but to really make it easier for them. There has to be some benefit, preferably a profit, but that is sort of the paradigm shift, that detecting pests and pathogens in your consignment should not be a shame, should not be something you want to close your eyes to. It should be an eye-opener. It should be something, yes, I found this and I stopped it. And that should be something that is rewarded. Only then, when we go to the level of each entity, can we really implement our technology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Andrea. So then we open the floor for questions and comments. And for those on Zoom, you can use the Q&A function. So actually, I have a question for Andrea on those sensors. Do you have to make new ones for each pest? And why not just use dogs?
That's a very good question, Knut. As I said, the dogs can be sometimes distracted. Even in the olive groves, you might have a rabbit running around, so dogs are not completely fail-proof in that regard, even though they have the best nose ever. So when it comes to these, how versatile our, this sensor will be, it is a question of like, how specific do you want to be? Do you want to have only 5 or 10 or 100 pests and diseases? Or do you want to just generally say, if we have some insects on there, and if it's eating our leaves and plants, we don't want it. So we can make a sensor that is either very general or very specific. And that really depends on what the users will want. And we have heard about the high, making it risk-based, just looking for those places and for those pests that are really high risk. That's a possibility. It could also be a possibility just to really increase the standards and say, we don't want any pests and pathogens. But that's, up to you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, you may stay if you wish, and then I ask Oris Friaka to join us here on the podium for the next round of speakers. Okay, so for this last part of session 4, we have 4 speakers. Ms. Giovanni Sartori, Food Safety and Quality Consultant, Agri-Food Systems and Food Safety Division in FAO. Dr. Rosinaide Sousa Richards, Phytosanitary Affairs Manager at the International Seed Federation. And then we have Dr. Fernando Sampedro Parra, researcher and international risk analysis consultant at the University of Minnesota. And then here in person, Mr. Oris Friaka, agricultural health and food safety specialist in the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA. So then we will start with the 3 presentations online, and we will start with Giovanni Sartori. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Can you also see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for the kind introduction, and good morning, all distinguished delegates and colleagues. Today, I will give you an overview of how FAO supports countries in building import controls that are based on risk to ensure food safety and to make trade safer and smoother. So this is what I am going to cover. First of all, the key international guidance on import controls, hence the Codex text. Then some words on the FAO import control manual. Then our capacity development work with some examples from regional and national projects and the global study. And finally, a look at the future work that is in the pipeline in FAO. So to start with, FAO's work is based on Codex guidance and especially on the text from the CC-FIX, which is the Codex Committee on Food Import and Export Inspection and Certification System, a long name. So these Codex texts explain how countries can make their import systems science-based and fair. And they cover a lot of different areas, like, for example, information exchange, certifications, traceability, equivalence, control system monitoring. But we all know that Codex text can be very technical in nature and sometimes challenging to interpret and to apply. So to help countries unraveling and unpackaging these texts and putting them into practice, in 2015, FAO developed the risk-based import food control manual. This manual gives clear advice for setting up risk-based import control systems at national level, guiding countries step by step. So for example, it explains how to plan inspections based on actual risk, how to align laws with Codex, how to coordinate import controls and domestic controls. And it does so by showing that there are many different ways of reaching the same outcome. So with different examples tailored to different situations. The manual is available online, and FAO also offers support to countries in using the manual and setting specific trainings that are tailored to each country's specific context and needs. So let me share now some examples of FAO capacity development work. Here we have an example from the Comesa region. So a few years ago, FAO worked there under a large project that was funded by the European Union, which was called the Trade Facilitation Program. And the FAO goal within this program was to help countries harmonize and apply science-based food safety measures and to promote good import control practices across the region. So we began by bringing all countries together to build a common understanding of the risk-based approach to import control and to develop a shared risk-based framework that everybody could understand and use. And these included, for example, aligning the national legislation with Codex standards, improving coordination between import and border controls, strengthening links with domestic food controls. And then from the regional to the national level, we work with each country to put this framework into action. So to apply the framework to the specific inspection system of each country, helping them to target the inspections where the risks are highest. And to support the implementation of this approach, FAO also helped to develop standard operating procedures for inspectors, so to have consistent practices nationwide and good input practices for importers. We also helped countries improve the exchange of information by creating and validating at regional level a technical document with a standard format for the exchange of information. So one format was for exchanging information on rejections, food rejections, and another format to exchange information on food control systems. So we identified relevant information to be exchanged in these cases, and then had the format validated at regional level to support trade facilitation. So this is an example of a regional intervention where our focus is on bringing the countries together and having them working together to achieve a common understanding and to promote harmonization of control measures. Here we have another example, this time at national level, and it's a project that is ongoing right now in Comoros, where FAO supports the country to strengthen its import control system. And it does so in a very comprehensive way. So addressing, yes, the technical aspect of the work, which is our expertise, in-house expertise, but also tackling the legal framework. Because we know that without a solid legal base, it is difficult to run an effective inspection program. We need the laws that clearly define the duties, that give inspectors the authority to inspect, and that also include enforcement measures to ensure that corrective actions are actually taken. And FAO has the strength to have an in-house legal department to support countries. So we take full advantage of it and we collaborate. And in this case, the food safety unit, together with the FAO legal division, is reviewing and updating the legal framework and preparing new implementing regulations within a participatory approach at national level. And at the same time, they're building capacity to ensure that there is a common understanding of this new legal framework for compliance and enforcement. On the technical side, we are helping to establish a system for categorizing the risks associated with imported food. And then this risk categorization framework will form the backbone for building a robust inspection program that is based on risk and that can target the resources that are usually scarce where the risks are greatest. And all of this work is guided by the FAO input control manuals that we just saw that ensures consistency with international best practices. Here we have a third example of FAO work. So beyond capacity development, FAO also leads global studies that dive deeper into specific challenges or complex issues that are linked to food safety. So one good example is our recent work on pesticide maximum residue limits, or MRLs, in rice, and how these limits at national level align with Codex standards. So in this study, our food safety unit worked together with the trade division in FAO to compare national maximum residue limits for pesticides on rice with Codex values. So we identified a number of major importers and exporters covering both developed and developing economies. And whenever differences were identified between the national standards and the Codex standards, we looked deeper to understand, on one side, how these differences might affect trade, and on the other side, why those divergences exist. So when studying the reason behind those divergences, we looked at both the science, so the different risk assessment methodologies used by countries, but also at the policy side, so the different risk management choices that countries make and that may lead to different national limits. So this type of analysis can help countries spot where challenges lie, can help grasp the scale of the problem, see where more alignment is needed, and also sets the stage for a more structured discussion to improve harmonization. So it provides a solid ground that ultimately tries to avoid trade issues caused by differing standards. And finally, a quick look at what's next. So what the Food Safety Unit is setting out to do. Looking ahead, FAO aims at developing a digital risk categorization tool for import controls. We have already completed a similar tool for domestic food control, which will be launched very soon before the end of the year. And the next step for the coming years is to adapt it for import controls. So the idea is to make a user-friendly and practical database, simple enough that can be downloaded and used offline, always keeping in mind the needs of developing countries. So it will help inspectors in the field collecting and analyzing data more efficiently. So once the data is collected, the database can automatically process those calculations that are needed to estimate the risk. And another helpful feature of such tool would be that for countries that may not have their own national data, the tool will include built-in access to global and national and regional data sets that can help fill those gaps, especially in the early stages. So the tool will build on the FAO risk-based imported food control manual from 2015, but it will update it and will bring it live to a modern digital platform. So making risk-based controls faster, more consistent, and especially easier to apply in the field for the inspectors. So this is the end of my presentation. To sum up, just to conclude, all the support that FAO provides to member countries aims to strengthen harmonization of food safety measures, to strengthen the risk-based approach, and together these efforts will ultimately help countries protect consumers and also facilitate safe and fair trade in food. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Skione, for all this information on FAO's work on risk-based import control and support. I then give the floor to Rosineide Sousa Richard. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will be presenting on behalf of the seed sector. So I will start by sharing my presentation. I hope everybody can see it.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So the title of my presentation is Strengthening Science-Based Import Controls Through Risk-Based Approaches in the Seed Sector. This is very much a case study of the current SCDF project that I am part as a technical partner. And this project is about strengthening phytosanitary compliance and public-private partnership to boost seed trade in Asia Pacific. As part of the seed sector, it's incredibly important that we have this communication, this partnership with the government. And this is very much about the experience that the International Seed Federation has been gone through this SCDF project. We believe that regional collaboration underpins safe, efficient, and science-based seed trade, protecting plant health while unlocking market access and food security. We believe that there is a strength and a power in collaboration among all the different countries, but also with the private sector. There is a few challenges, and I would like to mention those. There is seed trade barriers, a science and a policy gap. Within the region, the Asia-Pacific region, we believe that seed trade potential can be constrained, and sometimes we have seen that it is constrained by non-harmonized SPS measures. Many NPPOs lack the updated pest risk analysis and infrastructure, which is aligned with ISPM 2, 11, 38, which is incredibly important for the private seed sector, and for 45 as well. And so this is why the idea of this STS project, it is exactly to be able to strengthen this, to be able to build the capacity within this NPPO so we can have harmonization of the pest risk analysis. Duplicative testing, outdated pest lists, and limited digital tools can be factors in terms of the delay of the seed movement. As a representative of the seed sector, really what we would like to see is a much more alignment with international standards and harmonization overall within the region, so that we can help in terms of how we can make it a movement of seeds, which is so important, because when you're moving seed, you guarantee food security in the different countries. We wanted to make sure that there is a predictability on this movement. Farmers and small seed companies lose access to innovation and timely varieties with a number of these different challenges. Therefore, we wanted to continue partnering to be able to bring the knowledge and all the understanding that we have to be able to facilitate the movement of to ensure phytosanitary systems in the different countries which is part of this project, such as Bangladesh, Cambodia, Laos, Nepal, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, match the global standards. We believe that by adhering to the international standards, but also to the SPS agreement, then we can have risk-based management via updated PRA and regulated pest lists. We have been working really hard with these different countries to provide all the knowledge, support, and resources to be able to have an update of the pest risk analysis and the regulated pest list that they have. This is very much targeted to seeds, because there is some of these pest lists that they are not including just pests for seeds, but pests for all the different crops. We have been supported and working actively with them on the implementation of ISPM 38 and ISPM 45. As I said, both of them incredibly crucial for the seed sector, because ISPM 38 is the international movement of seeds, and it does define quite a lot of the different types of pest risk analysis should be done, but also phytosanitary measures that should be applied by the different countries. And the 45, because it allowed the accreditation of third-party organizations to be able to perform phytosanitary activities on behalf of the national plant protection organizations. And of course, we cannot forget that digitalization, digital tools is incredibly important to be able to facilitate a much more speed on the process, especially when it comes to the board. So e-phyto solution is very important. But also, we wanted to continue strengthening the public-private partnerships for laboratory accreditation, but also to be able to have a common having this working together because we both have a common goal. And so by strengthening this public-private partnership, we believe that we can achieve quite a lot together. 5 outputs that are driving change within this project is the access to NPPO activities. We have done this, and so we can identify which are the infrastructures and skill gaps that needed to be achieved. Develop an online portal. This is incredibly important because it's a portal that will be able to have phytosanitary requirements in the English language and the regulated pest list, which will be accessible to importers and exporters. Build knowledge on international standards. We have already provided training on ISPM 2 and 11, which it is crucial for the pest risk assessment, 12 for the phytosanitary certification, 38 for the international movement of seeds, and 45 for the third-party accreditation. We have supported and engaged with the countries and provide South-South collaboration on the advanced phyto implementation, helping them supporting on when they have different challenges. And one of the key things for this project is the strengthening of the public-private platform, the NPPO industry collaboration and lab accreditation under the ISPM 45. And going forward, we will also be looking into field inspection under the accreditation of ISPM 45. There is an embedding risk approach on all the things that we have been done and what we have been working with them. And then we have provided a lot of guides because we believe in terms of pest risk analysis, the ISPM 2 and ISPM 11 provides guides for proportional regulation. What we mean about this, about it needs to be fit for purpose. It needs to still allow trade to happen. By having all the different the risk approaches and an understanding and harmonization and alignment with the ISPM 38, we can ensure that import controls reflect actual seed-borne risks. One of the key things on ISPM 38 is the purpose of importation, and ISPM 45 accreditation, e-phyto digitalization, increasing traceability among other activities, and the key principle of always regulation based on evidence, not precaution. Public-private partnership in action, regional platform anchored on APSA, NPPOs and seed industry, shared ownership of solutions, joint workshops on investment, lab quality systems and policy dialogue, and of course, collaboration with IPPC, APPC and FAO. This it is what we're looking for. This is what we continue to advocate for. And we believe that having this collaboration, having this joining forces together, we can solve quite a great majority of the challenges that we face at the moment. And this is why the private seed sector being involved on projects such as this one from STDF in such a very important region, the Asia Pacific one, is really important and can facilitate and continue maintain the predictability of the movement of seeds across the region. We do expect some impact, some solid results when it comes to 2028. Of course, we haven't completed the project. We're still working. But then this is just some of the things that we intending to have finalized by then. Of course, this is still the intention. We are working really hard to be able to have achieved most of them. But it's very important that I can tell you all now that we have been working very well collaborative. And there is a sense of really we trying to achieve common goals together. It is a benefit for the region and a benefit not just for the private sector, but the benefit for the government as well. And then we really hope that with this, we can continue the movement of different seeds and the commodities across the different region. And then we can guarantee that we can have this capacity building, but also continue maintaining the movement of seeds and making sure that the Asia Pacific continue to be the seed hub that it is. When we're looking ahead, we are hoping that through these projects that we have a building of trust. But building of trust between the private and the public sector, it is done through science, through evidence. So we want to continue regional private-public partnership platform beyond the project duration. We want to continue supporting the different governments on the expansion of pest risk assessment and e-phyto adoption. I also embody the position of the global chair of the e-phyto advisory group. We wanted to continue sharing best practice globally via the IPPC and the World Trade Organization SPS networks. And for me, it's very important to highlight that science-based import controls are not about lowering standards, they're about applying the right standards for the real risks. And so this is why we really wanted to continue working with all the different governments to be able to continue sharing the knowledge that we have. I'm representing seed companies who are producing seeds across the world, moving these commodities, promoting sustainability, and also providing food security across all the different countries. And we believe that by working together, by making sure that there is that requirements are phytosanitary requirements, especially are anchored into specifics in science, and then we can understand which are the real risk, and then we can have measures and requirements and continue strengthen this collaboration. And so we can have a facilitation for the trade, not only in the Asia Pacific region, but all the other regions. And this is the message that I would like to deliver to all of you today. And again, thank you so much for the invitation. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Rosineide, for sharing the ISF work in this area. Then we will have two speakers with a focus on Latin America. And the first one out is Fernando San Pedro Parra. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you to the organizers for the invitation. I'm going to talk about some of the work that we have done from the academia, specifically from the University of Minnesota, and some of the work that I've done as a consultant with some of the countries in Latin America. Latin America is a super agri-food power. We are net exporters of food. And also we share, one of the advantages that we have is we share a common language. So Spanish is spoken in most of the countries. So it's really easy to work with most of the countries, and also Portuguese in Brazil, to do risk analysis and risk assessment work regionally and share by countries. But still we have some challenges. And most of the countries, when we look at the food industry, more than 50% of the industry is small enterprises, are very small, artisanal. Cheese production, it's mainly most of the food industry is manufacturing. And also we still use a lot of paper-based inspection. Most of the inspectors that go to the food industry to inspect or at the port of entry were still using paper. When we look at the data, we still have a lot of different databases that countries used. Some of it paper-based, some are in Excel, some are in digital platforms, and it's really challenging when you are doing import control and risk-based inspection to kind of collect all the data from those different sources. In some of the countries in Latin America, we actually inspect 100 of all the containers that come to the country. It's kind of the opposite of most of the talks that we have been hearing in this session. So we stop and physically inspect all the consignments, agri-food consignments in the country. So risk-based inspection, it's very, very timely and very important to be implemented in those countries. Some of the countries export to the European Union and US, but they don't trust their neighbors. They don't have a lot of trade with neighbors, so there is a lot of barriers in trade, which doesn't really make sense. If you are able to export to the US, European Union, or other countries with high food safety standards, why you are not improving the trade with your neighbors? And then what I've seen is most of the inspectors, they lack of risk analysis expertise. I will say data analysis, risk-based is lacking is most of the food safety inspectors. Very briefly, kind of the history of how Latin America have been implementing risk analysis and risk-based inspection. We have the Food Safety Agency in Chile that started in 2005 to do risk assessments in food safety. Then in 2006, Colombia also built a risk assessment agency within the government. Then after that, 2014, Argentina, they built the Red de Seguridad Alimentaria, the Food Safety Network, which they have done like different risk assessment studies and risk assessment methodology. The first risk-based inspection system that was implemented in Latin America was in Uruguay with the dairy sector, followed by Brazil, for federal slaughterhouses. Then Honduras, in 2019, they implemented the risk-based inspection system for domestic. A couple of years ago, with Pan American Health Organization, we designed and built a manual in risk-based inspection for domestic production that is available. It's in Spanish though. And finally, we have been working with the World Bank in last year with a risk-based inspection system for Peru for seafood products. So as you can see, more and more countries in Latin America that are bringing these risk-based inspection systems for domestic or imports. And also we have government agencies working in risk assessment in the region. This is the manual, and I believe that we can share the link for this manual. It's in Spanish, but with PAHO, we can work in translate it into English. It has a lot of different tools that governments can use to prioritize food safety risks, include decision trees, they include risk matrices, they include different quantitative checklists that could be very useful for all the governments to implement risk-based inspection systems for domestic production. We also, with the help of Shane Sella from the World Bank, we published another manual on import and export risk-based border, which it's similar to the PAHO manual, but this is focusing on how you identify the risk factors for importers and for the countries of origin, how you build a dynamic algorithm which you can assign frequencies of inspection based on those risk factors, how you build a numeric score to categorize the risk of importers or countries of origin. So this is another manual that I recommend you to take a look, and any feedback that you may have, it's very welcome. But it's including how we have worked with countries in building these risk-based inspection systems. These manuals talk about a roadmap, how you go from defining a pilot food chain to build a dynamic risk algorithm. We'll always start with a very small pilot food chain, dairy sector, seafood, fresh produce. Then we identify the food categories and assess the risk of those food categories based on a tool, decision tree, risk matrix, and also for imports. Then we move on categorizing the risk importers. We need to define the non-compliances, the volume of trade, and also with companies, right? What is the history of compliance with inspections? Then we move to inspection type of frequency, if it's monthly, weekly, or annual. And finally, with all the data, we build this dynamic risk algorithm that will take into account that data and will change every year. Finally, there is all these countries that are now trying to implement risk-based inspection. So as you can see, we're doing a lot of work to harmonize risk-based inspection in the region. And this hopefully will facilitate trade and will allow countries to understand better their inspection systems. So thank you very much. I know that was pretty brief, but I hope you got the idea of all the work that we have done in Latin America. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando. And then the last speaker in session 4, Aris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the work we've been conducting to strengthen science-based SPS import controls in Latin America and the Caribbean countries to facilitate safe trade. Well, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, AICA, is the specialized agricultural agency of the Inter-American system serving 34 member states. Essentially, all the countries of the Americas, from Canada up north down to Argentina, including all the Caribbean countries besides Cuba. Our mission is to promote agricultural development and rural well-being through technical cooperation of excellence. Among AICA's 7 technical cooperation programs, the one responsible for the work I'll be presenting today is our program on agricultural health, safety, and agri-food quality, We call it SAIA for its acronym in Spanish. As you know, for all the regular reports we present to this committee, the WTO SPS agreement and the standards from Codex, WOHA, and IPPC form the core of all the activities implemented and developed by this program. And we heard a lot about all the work being conducted by the Three Sisters on science-based import controls and especially on risk-based inspections. In AICA, as you also know, we support the participation of our member states in the WTO SPS committee, in the Codex, in WOHA, and the IPPC. By doing that, we are promoting the development and implementation of science-based import controls, and especially risk-based inspection procedures by our member states. We're talking about it in general terms. However, concerning risk-based inspection, I'll be more specific, addressing some past and ongoing AICA activities that we are conducting, that we've been conducting. Next slide, please. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to talk about a long-standing partnership we have with the Foreign Agricultural Service of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. With them, AICA has been implementing a project to strengthen regulatory harmonization in Latin America and Caribbean countries. Through this initiative, we've worked with Honduras, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, and Costa Rica to harmonize and integrate risk-based inspection into their national food systems, right? The goal has been to bring together domestic food controls and import inspections under a unified risk-based methodology covering key food sectors such as dairy, seafood, fresh produce, and meat products. So far, the goal has been to work not in a digital manner. We've been doing that using traditional risk inspection templates and practices, and we've been working to upscale that into a more digital setting. So a successful example of a positive outcome of this project has been a significant decrease in physical inspections achieved by Senapes Peru, and this has been saving a lot of money, millions of dollars for them in their inspection process. They have been more successful in using existing resources by addressing the risks related to imported sea products and leveraging their resources, inspecting more with less. So besides that, we also had the STDF funded project PG 578. Under this project, we worked with Senasa, Costa Rica, for the development of a computerized system for inspection, control, and supervision of food establishments using domestic risk target inspection plan. Next one, please. So the work conducted under the mentioned projects paved the way for a new AICA project proposal. Within this new project proposal, we are taking the ideas mentioned before, scaling them to the next level by improving them, and incorporating more countries, transforming them into a regional initiative. The project, this project proposal, I'm talking about it, has been submitted in the previous STDF call for proposals, and since then it has been refined for evaluation by the STDF working group in November. The idea under this new proposal, the STDF PG 1007, is to develop a regional digital system for risk-based agri-food inspection integrating artificial intelligence, automated risk profiling, and also data analytics to drive safer, predictive, risk-based SPS food inspections in Latin America and the Caribbean region. Next slide, please. The project is structured in 4 stages and related deliverables. The first one is the establishment of a baseline assessment to evaluate digital readiness and also the trade processes that are involved. The second step and related deliverable is to establish regional risk-based methodology. This is to harmonize frameworks and algorithms for inspection prioritization. So we're going to establish a regional methodology, but also national risk profiles and methodologies for access particular cases on each country. The third step and related deliverable is the development of a digital system for real-time data-driven inspection management. And the fourth stage is the pilot implementation and training. This is to support national adoption of the digital system by the countries. This initiative is being led by Dr. José Ordaz, which is the manager of AICA's SAIA program, and also by Susana Miranda, the technical specialist who is being in charge of elaborating, refining this proposal, and also supported the preparation of this presentation. The project is also being developed collaboratively with Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Peru, also by the STDF Secretariat and by regional experts. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll be available to discuss details and provide you any other information you may request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aris, for sharing the work of ICA on strengthening import control in Latin America. And you will also join us for the panel later.
Sure.
So I now will open the floor for any questions or comments to the speakers and all the speakers in session 4. And also on Zoom, you may use the Q&A box. I see Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, moderator, for organizing this thematic session and all the presenters for the informative presentations. My question is for FAO. You presented several research projects that is undergone FAO, as I understand correctly. I was wondering, how do you select those topics of those projects, and are those research findings fed back into discussion at the Codex meetings? Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the question. So regarding how we select the topics, it's always based on requests or interest expressed by the countries. So regarding this study, we had a number of countries raising concern about low level of harmonization, but those were concerns raised by countries, so we wanted to actually understand what was the actual situation. We understood that we had to conduct a deeper study to have a better understanding, because it's not that easy to compare, to find out all, not just the standards that are applied in each country, but also the rules and the procedures that are applied in case where a standard is not there, and by which means they are adopted and enforced. So it was a long study that implied a lot of work to get in touch with all those countries to understand their procedures. And yeah, so as I was saying, it was based on requests by the countries and the need that we saw to shed more lights on the situation. So we work for the member countries, so it's always something that comes from countries' request or concern or consistent challenges or consistent problems that they identify and that they report to us. Oh, sorry. And regarding the second part of your question, there was little follow-up in the Codex committees. So this is something that is still up for further uptake and further discussion. And is also something that we're considering reviving, also maybe expanding the studies to other commodities so that we have a better understanding and a larger view of the situations on different commodities. This was done just on rice for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni. Are there any further questions? Okay, I don't see any. So then I would like to thank all the presenters in session 4 for their contribution. And then we will continue with the last session, and that is the panel discussion, Paving the Way Forward. Thank you. So then I would like to invite Ms. Courtney Dorset, Dr. Vistorina Benhard, and Mr. Borja Iglesias to join Mr. Horis Freaka here on the podium. So very well. We have, as you see, 4 panelists, and I emphasized diversity of views. They represent private sector, regional, European perspective, African, from Namibia, and international organization ICA. And I recall the committee's suggestion to extract possible actions for further work. And I invite speakers to share ideas openly, and the committee to reflect on possible key steps. I will start out with a few questions to the panel, and there will be space for questions from the floor and Zoom after that. And the panelists are Ms. Courtney Dorset, Vice President for Food Safety, you have met earlier. Borja Iglesias Mendes, also heard from earlier. Horis just now, and then Dr. Vistorina Benhard, Chief Veterinarian, Import-Export Control, Directorate of Veterinary Services, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform, Namibia. Welcome to all of you. So I will start right away with a big question. So what would an ideal import control system look like 10 years from now? And what can the SPS committee do to work towards it? Vistorina, do you want to have a first go?
Since it's the first time taking a floor, I just want to say thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates and colleagues, I appreciate the Secretariat for inviting me to participate in this thematic session on science-based SPS import control to facilitate safe trade. Namibia values the opportunity to share our national experience and aspiration as we collectively seek to balance trade facilitation and biosecurity protection. Namibia recognizes the importance of science-based SPS import control for ensuring safe trade, protecting public health, animal health, and supporting economic development. Namibia's experience reflects national reforms as well as regional, continental, and international initiatives through SADC, African Continental Free Trade Area, and African Union frameworks, as well as the WTO SPS agreement. Namibia also appreciates the support of the WTO SPS Committee in building capacity for member states, including mentoring session recently piloted and the availability of e-learning platforms which strengthen knowledge and skills for effective SPS management. An ideal import system 10 years from now will be fully risk-based, scientifically grounded, and digitally integrated, supporting both national objectives and global trade facilitation. In the Namibian context, such a system will enable low-risk consignments to move efficiently through border processes, while high-risk imports are carefully targeted for inspection based on rigorous scientific assessment, risk profiling, and predictive analytics. Digital certification system interoperable with international platform for phytosanitary and veterinary control would enhance transparency, traceability, and operational efficiency, reducing the reliance of paper-based documentation and manual procedures. Globally, an ideal system would harmonize SPS measures, allowing countries to recognize each other's disease control and safety standards, thus promoting confidence in international trade. Namibia has invested significantly in disease surveillance, risk assessment, and control programs. However, the full benefits of this investment can only be realized if international partners acknowledge and respect scientifically validated and internationally recognized disease-free zones and control measures. The SPS committee has a crucial role in supporting this vision by facilitating capacity building, technical assistance, and data sharing platforms. Initiatives such as the recently piloted mentoring sessions and e-learning platforms provide practical, accessible tools to enhance SPS capabilities. By combining national reforms, regional coordination, and global recognition of scientifically sound measures, Namibia and the international community can move towards resilient, efficient, and trusted import control system that safeguards public, animal, plant, environmental health while promoting safe trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Vistorina. Do any of the other panelists want to expand on this? Yeah, Berha?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in general, from my point of view, the ideal system depends very much on the characteristics of the trade flows of every given country and the resources that are available. For us, I mean, we of course work towards having an ideal system or nearly an ideal system, and we believe in the EU that there are three components that this ideal system should have, which is firstly that it should be risk-based, of course. Then it should rely as much as possible on the advance of the technology and the digital tools. We have seen many good ideas today. And of course, we should also rely on the human expertise. We shouldn't forget that part. And there are a few characteristics as well that I would like to highlight of the ideal system, which in my view should be fast, reliable, transparent, predictable, which is very important in the food chain and precisely in the border crossing. And above all, it should be based exclusively in SPS matters, because sometimes we see that the SPS system is used as a trade leverage, and we should avoid that.
So when I started out about talking about art and handicraft, it's not any room for that. Okay, anyone? Yeah, Courtney.
Yeah, just to sort of expand on Vestrina and Borja, absolutely, the systems need to be risk-based, but I think really following the codes of SPS and implementing the use of international standards, recognition of competent authorities and established food safety programs, and as Borja said, adjusting for new technologies and just relying on that expertise, and pivoting when necessary, but that's what the international standards are for, just a global leveling field. So.
Thanks. And then the next question, how can countries cooperate regionally to harmonize or mutually recognize inspection, testing, certification, or alert system? Borja, maybe you have some initial ideas here.
Of course, thank you. Well, in my view, it all starts with the knowledge of the standards and the legal requirements. So importing countries, as you know, they have the right to establish their own level of protection according to the international standards, but also with their own risk analysis. So I believe that the first good step, or a good first step, is the alignment of the own standards with international benchmarks. And then there is other element that is very useful, which are the mutual recognition agreements between countries. They might vary from, there are many options, and for instance, sharing capacity between countries is very useful. All kind of capacities, laboratory capacity, data capacity. For instance, traces is an example of that. Traces is available for the whole world, and it's used for 90 countries in the world. So it's a way to share capacity. Another example for this is harmonization of laboratory tests. It's much easier to recognize what others do if we are doing the same. And a third element, apart from these two, is the use of the twinning programs. Twinning programs are structured institutional partnership in which an experienced authority works together with a partner country's authority in order to give them, provide them with experience, know-how, and to help them adapt the institutional capacity so as to adapt to the international standards as well. So I think these are three good elements.
Good. Courtney, do you want to?
Recognition, not necessarily mutual recognition of a country's best practices and controls, can go a long way to facilitate trade. Key elements of recognition are risk analysis and control measures that are grounded in robust scientific evidence, as well as the use of international standards such as Codex. So I think those are key methods to bring those in alignment.
Good. Horace.
Thank you. Well, I'll repeat some of the points raised by my colleagues, but I'll try to summarize in the three ones I think are the most relevant. First, I believe from our experience in the region that countries should engage more in harmonization and equivalency protocols. They could use established structure provided by regional organizations or work on that by themselves, but engaging in this sort of discussions and protocols could be useful. Second, they should try to put more effort in sharing their experiences and available technologies. So if a country has something useful that could serve other countries, they should share this experience, place the technology available for other countries that are interested in using at the same region or even abroad. And third, they should try to support each other either bilaterally via twinning programs, a sort of program in which a more experienced country helps a less experienced one, and also supporting each other in multilateral forum, either the standard setting bodies or regional forums that are supporting this sort of equivalence and harmonization protocols.
Very well.
Thank you.
This brings me to another question. What kinds of technical assistance are most useful, and how are developing countries may access the necessary data and expertise? Vistorina, you want to go first?
Yes, sure. Thank you. I'll go for technical assistance that strengthen institutional scientific capacity, which Namibia would then prioritize support for training in risk analysis, laboratory diagnostic and surveillance, laboratory modernization and accreditation, development of interoperable digital system for certification and traceability, and access to regional and international data based on pest, disease, and contaminants. So African countries, including Namibia, have established robust disease control and monitoring programs. However, these efforts are often under-recognized by international trading partners, which diminishes their effectiveness in facilitating trade. Assistance should therefore include mechanisms that support the global recognition of scientifically validated measures. Then international standards will continue to play a pivotal role in facilitating safe trade and protecting health, provided they are adaptable, scientifically sound, and responsive to diverse regional contexts. So future development in standards should emphasize clarity, consistency, and accessibility, enabling countries to implement them effectively and with confidence. Regional and continental initiatives, including those under African Union, African Trade Free Area, SADC, offer mechanism for aligning regional approaches with international standards, ensuring coherence while reflecting regional realities. So effective adoption of this depends not only on technical capability, but also on systematic engagement and communication with trade partners, fostering mutual understanding and trust in scientific basis of measures by integrating evidence-based assessment, monitoring, and regional collaboration. Countries like Namibia can implement standards in ways that support both trade facilitation, but however still promoting public, animal, and plant health. Thank you.
Anyone want to expand on that? Yeah.
Thanks. On useful technical assistance, I would like to highlight some proven concepts that form the basis of the technical cooperation we provide to our members in Latin America and the Caribbean region. First one, the support we provide for their participation in international multilateral forum. The support we provide for our member states to participate in the WTO SPS committee, in the Codex, in WOHA, and the IPPC standard setting process. This is very important for them to engage, to participate, to get information firsthand, and this has been proven very useful and effective in our region. The second one, the use of the regional organisms to address real world, real problems, right? Once a member state has an identified problem, an established bottleneck they need to address to expand exports, to access international markets, they should try to work with international cooperation agencies to address this problem with the state-of-the-art information available in the world. We have the capability of identifying experts, hire them, structured technical cooperation projects, access to international funds, and structured and strategy to address those problems with the expertise we gathered along the years. And third one, which is related to the second one, the use of the twinning projects, the one I mentioned before, in which a more experienced country helps a less experienced one to address real problems. This has been proven very, very useful, and we use a lot in our technical cooperation framework.
Great. This brings me to the future needs of international standards, as well as the use and implementation. Courtney, do you have any suggestion?
Scientific evidence and representative occurrence data must remain the foundation of risk analysis and risk management decisions, because a food safety standard is only as strong as the data used to perform the underlying risk assessment. Therefore, continued investment in the scientific expert committees such as JEFCA, JMPR, JEMR is important to ensure that Codex and other sources remain relevant. Additionally, enhanced accessibility to international databases would help to the adoption of standards. Enhanced coordination among standard setting and implementing bodies such as FAO, WHO, Codex, WTO, etc., would help to avoid conflicting approaches. And robust procedures are in place for risk assessment and management, but greater emphasis on risk communication is needed. This would help consumers understand the level of risk, and so that they have greater confidence in the regulatory system. These days, with social media and people getting information from unreliable sources, there can be inflated concerns around risks that aren't really true risks. So I think communication is a key part.
Absolutely. Does anyone want to add to this? Yeah.
Okay, from our side, it would be welcome, I mean, briefly to have a regular review of the system standards and also the underlying risk assessment on them, and maybe report back to the SPS committee on the main developments. And from my personal experience, I don't know if this is general, but I'm seeing that the reality is getting more and more complex. We are seeing a real increase in complexity of the products that are being traded now. So now it's more difficult to perform a control because the product itself is more difficult. We have novel foods, we have derived products from animal origin, composite products, difficult stuff. So maybe that area would be interesting to explore.
Good. Oris, do you want to add?
Well, not really, but as I was requested, I think that on future needs, we need to have a standard setting process that is more agile in capturing the actual needs of the countries and transforming that into a harmonized standard in a more expedited ways. We know we are all trying to do that in different levels, but this is an actual need that would strengthen the multilateral system in many ways. Thanks.
Great. So then, what are the wins and opportunities for trade of more risk-based import control? Anyone? Yeah, Lecha.
Thank you for this question. Well, the main benefits for me are obvious, is the achievement of the optimization of the ratio or the relationship between protection of health and trade restrictions, because risk-based approach, or the risk-based import controls or approach, it means that we have a better allocation of our resources. So that way, first we target better the risks. We go towards those goods which are riskier for a reason or another. Therefore, we have a reduction in costs for the administrations and for the operators, and we can have also facilitation or speeding up of the clearance for those goods which are of low risk. So overall, everything is more agile. Everything is more efficient economically and in terms of resource. So everything is better, I would say. And the key element or the point of departure for that is risk assessment. I mean, everything starts in risk assessment and then all the rest of the chain.
Good. Anyone? Yeah, Courtney.
Sure. More risk-based import controls reduces unnecessary barriers and facilitates trade and flow of goods. That's going to increase food security as well as decrease the cost for businesses. So both are wins.
Good. So we heard about many new technologies during these 2 days. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, blockchain, DNA barcoding, e-noses. So do you have any preferences? Which one holds the most promise for improving border inspections or traceability? Anyone? Yeah.
In principle, I find all of them very interesting, and we have seen that there is a lot going on in terms of research and development in the previous session. I was amazed by this e-nose sensor. I want to know more about that. In general, in principle, I was always very interested about electronic certification because it's a main element of the chain for us. It's the main element is a certificate. I wonder how, for instance, blockchain may help on improving traceability and improving security and authenticity of the certificates. But I believe that all these research and projects concerning AI or I don't know, intelligent diagnostic tools for physical checks. I really wonder how that will evolve, and I believe that it will be very positive, and I would like to see more about that. Yeah.
Thanks. Any other? Yeah.
Thanks. I think you did an excellent job listing all the ones with a good potential to support border inspections and traceability. In principle, I think that a combination of all those would be the most useful approach. But if I have to bet in a in a smaller sample, I would bet on AI and machine learning as a good way of calibrating risk-based inspection frameworks and protocols.
I'm already buying shares in those companies. Okay, anyone else? Okay, so but let's hear, are there any questions or comments from the floor or from Zoom using the Q&A box? I see United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me the floor. I guess first I just want to thank all the speakers from yesterday afternoon and today for these really insightful contributions. As one of the members that contributed to fine-tuning this thematic session, we're really pleased with how it came together and all the productive and constructive inputs that we received. The presentations today delivered during the thematic session yesterday afternoon and throughout today highlighted the various approaches members are taking to develop and implement science-based import controls, the challenges faced by exporting countries and export-oriented industries, and the opportunities to further improve inspection systems to ensure they're based on sound science, risk, and evidence. The presentations not only shed light on the various approaches to science-based import controls, but emphasize the importance of ensuring that members' import controls are trade facilitative and not unnecessarily trade restrictive. In looking ahead to paving the way forward, as discussed by the panelists, the committee has an opportunity to continue to strengthen the foundation of science-based approaches by enhancing transparency of testing and inspection methodologies. This conversation on the importance of science and risk-based import controls will only continue to gain steam if members are committed to doing the work and bringing creative ideas forward to address the challenges that have been identified. Therefore, we encourage members to work together to develop ideas that can lead to written proposals and submissions in this committee, sharing more information on their approaches, experiences, and expectations with respect to transparency and import control systems, particularly with regard to testing, inspection methodologies. This is necessary because members in our respective industries need to understand how science-based import controls are enforced in order to more effectively and efficiently engage in international trade. As was evident by the presentations delivered by representatives of the private sector, their views are critical to this exercise, and we should ensure that the ideas members develop are mindful of and responsive to their experiences.
Thank you, United States. And then we have two questions on Zoom. I start with one from Bhutan. How could the effects of climate change reshape SPS priorities in the coming decades? And how would such change in priorities affect low-income countries? So climate change and low-income countries. Anyone?
Okay. I may say, I mean, I'm not, I'm an expert in official controls, input controls. I'm not a real expert. My domain is not plant health, animal health. But I may say, I would say that climate change may have an impact on the scenario of the plant pest and animal health diseases that we see around the world. Maybe new diseases or changes of the areas where those diseases are present. So of course, there may be an impact, and it's something that we have, we will need to see and to control and maybe to stop at the borders. And concerning the low-income countries, I mean, I don't think I can reply to this question. I mean, it's much more general.
Okay. Anyone else? We have a similar question, actually, not specifically at climate change, but on from Belize. I believe that most countries, especially developing countries and least developing countries, would have to develop new legislation to input some of these technologies in their import control systems. We have touched upon this, but any comments to this or the previous question?
Yes, I would say it does, because most of the developing countries depend on the recommendation of the already set standards. And with climate change, it means new standards have to be developed, and it would take time for them. That would even cost them out a lot of money in controlling diseases, because it would take time to conduct risk analysis or risk assessment to come up with import control measures that will talk to such emerging crises. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, Horace?
Thanks. Not sure I would say most of the countries would need to adapt their legislations, but for sure some would need. And in the case they already foresee this need, they should start working now, because this is coming, it's important. It can save costs, it can make you more effective. So if you have the need to adapt legislations, and we know sometimes this take a lot of time, so better start doing, because you cannot stop, you cannot limit the development of your services by not adapting those new technologies.
Thank you. So non-compliance was mentioned earlier on. How to handle non-compliance? Are there any thoughts on this? Yeah.
Well, in the EU, we have quite clear setup of what to do with non-compliances. With individual consignments, we have 3 main measures, which actually are 4 measures. One of them, and there's not, it's not by order. I mean, we apply them depending on the circumstances and also on the wish of the operators. One of them is to redispatch the consignment outside of the Union, outside of the European Union, either to the third country of origin or to a different third country. We do this except when it's possible, but except when there is a risk related to the consignment. And when we redispatch the consignment to the same country of origin, we only request the third country of origin be informed. If it's a different one, we also want that they reply to us saying that, okay, we accept the consignment explicitly. Then another option is to destroy the consignment through the methods which are legally established. For instance, products of animal origin, we need to treat them as animal products. Therefore, we have our requirements on that. And then the third option, which actually is 2 options, is the special treatment, so as to make the consignment compliant again. In some scenarios, we may, I don't know, treat the consignment with a heat treatment, select the contaminated parts and destroy the others. This is, I mean, there's quite a lot of margin or, I mean, room for decision. And the last option is to dedicate or allocate the consignment for a purpose different than the initially declared. So for instance, if we have a consignment of food of non-animal origin, which is not compliant for food, as I mean, for human consumption, there may be scenarios where it may be compliant, for instance, for animal feeding. So that's a possibility. In other cases, we have food which is not fit for purpose, but it can be used for technical purpose, for production of glue, I don't know. There are many options. So this is for the specific consignment. And then we have all the measures of risk management that I mentioned in my presentation, which affects either the establishment of origin, the country of origin, well, mainly the establishment of origin or the country of origin, which is the intensification of official controls. And we target the establishment of origin. This is for goods of animal origin. We target the establishment of origin and we check all the consignment coming until we reach a sequence of 10 satisfactory results. Then we have, when we target the third country of origin, we may raise the frequency of physical checks for those which are usually non-compliant. And then we have the last resort, which is the launching safeguard measures, emergency measures, which usually target specific risks from specific countries, and they are also accompanied with specific measures, which can be additional laboratory testing at origin or at destination, prohibition from marketing input. We can do many things in this regard, even the listing establishments if there is the need.
Great. Do anyone want to add to non-compliance? Yes? Courtney?
Absolutely. I agree with all Borak's comments about the ability to recondition, reassign, and even return non-compliant shipments. There needs to be clear communication with the owner of that shipment between the import control authorities and the importer to ensure that these decisions are made in a timely manner so that the goods are still viable for another use. And agree too with the risk-based assessments, and it would be great to narrow those 2 areas of risk, maybe entities versus entire countries, to target the true source of the risk and instead of perhaps blanketing an entire origin as a risk.
Good. Horace.
Thanks. Well, that's a good point. I think the most important here is to not work exclusively on a case-by-case manner. This is very time-consuming and leads to many mistakes. It leads to different decisions for similar cases. So I believe, according to our experience in the region, that you should incorporate in risk-based inspection protocols and frameworks some decision-making matrices. This way, you could contemplate most of the situations, most of the conditions for repurposing the results of inspections. And this way, you have a more time-effective system without too many mistakes. It's a lot of work, but you don't do it every time you need it. You do it once and you save it, and you already have it, and you use it in automated systems.
Thanks. We have another question on Zoom from South Africa. It might be too early to ask, but is there a plan to develop SPS electronic permit system, e-permits, or standard? Paper-based permits sometimes can be fraudulent, not eligible, same as paper-based certificates, same as e-FITO. So e-permit, SPS electronic permit system. Anyone?
I go, but it's not clear for me what is this e-permit system. I mean, it's not clear for me. It's what the permit is. You know, we have two main documents in the EU for inputs, which is first the certificate, which is issued by the competent authority of the third country, and which defines the consignment, which is declaring the certificate is the consignment. And then we have the document, which is issued at the EU borders, which is the CHED, the Common Health Entry Document, which is basically the declaration of the consignment by the operator and where the competent authority at the border authorizes or rejects the consignment. So we have those two documents. For me, the permit would be the CHED, like the authorization at the EU border. In the EU, it's already electronic, so maybe we are already in that case.
Oris?
Thanks. I may have a take on that too. For those permits, sometimes we are talking about an SPS permit issued by the SPS authority, but sometimes it's coupled with a customs document. So this is something important and tricky, and that's why in our STDF project on electronic veterinary certification, we are working on having a system that is interoperable with custom systems. So this way we could have those systems linked, and decisions like that sometimes are taken by two separate authorities could be part of a same integrated system.
Thanks. Okay, so I don't see any further questions either on Zoom or yes, I see one from Christiana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Knut. I wanted to actually circle back to the beginning of this very interesting panel discussion, where your very first question was about the ideal import control system 10 years down the line. And then you also asked what the SPS committee could do to help us get there. And I was wondering if after all this discussion, anybody would be ready to speak a little bit about the role that the SPS committee could take. And I don't want to put our poor panelists on the spot if you don't want to. So anybody in the room, I would be curious of what you think about this question. But panelists, feel free to reply to if you wish.
Great, thanks, Christiana. So this is open to all. Anyone here in the panel? What could SPS committee do to promote more risk-based import control?
I will be short. I think that maybe fostering adherence with international standards is a good step forward in that direction. But I would like to know your position on that. I mean, what you can do?
I'm only the moderator. Maybe Christiane will be the best to answer this question. Anyone in the room? Oh, Horace.
Thanks. I think you are already doing what is needed. So it's just a matter of keep doing the good work you're already doing, perhaps scaling a bit more with more resources, more people doing what you do. But I do believe you're already doing all that's necessary, all that's needed to foster the implementation of new practices, new technologies, implementation of international standards. So I don't foresee any additional activities to be added to what you're already doing.
Wow, that was a big credit to the SPS committee. Okay. So, if there are not any further questions, I have a last question for the panelists. And that is, what is your main takeaways from this thematic session, and which areas were not explored sufficiently? Courtney, do you want to start?
Harmonization and the adoption of international standards. So a question would be maybe how can governments move towards harmonization? Also, I think maybe increased coordination, from what I understand from talks, increased coordination between customs and SPS agents or SPS operators might be necessary. And those are the main two.
Good, Borja.
Thank you. Well, for us, it is clear that after 1.5 years of discussions and well, we have seen that the topic is complex, is large, and even after 35 speakers, we haven't even touched upon all the details of all the corners of the topic. So maybe, given that this is is a very relevant topic for the SPS committee, maybe it could be considered to have a new session, we don't know, but near in the future, with targeting more specific segments within the area of the SPS input controls. And I would say also that, well, one of the most important areas for harmonization, in my view, as I said before, is the development and the use of internationally accepted electronic certification systems.
Great. Vistorina.
My key takeaway is science-based SPS systems and technological innovation are central to safe and efficient trade. This session from yesterday to today has also made me realize the importance of investing in risk-based inspections, laboratory infrastructure, and digital platforms. However, future discussion could focus more on mechanisms that would further facilitate cooperation, harmonization, and trust building among trade partners to reinforce the effectiveness of SPS measures across regions.
Thank you. Boris.
I don't have anything to add at this point for this question.
Great. Okay, so then I would like to thank all the panelists and a big round of applause. Then we will have the last round of Menti. Are you prepared? Yes, actually we have a video. So a 4-minute video. So we have time and we will see it now.
abbiamo stimato una perdita economica di più di 2 miliardi di euro tra lavoratori che non hanno più possibilità di lavorare, oliveti abbandonati perché oramai distrutti dalla malattia e frantoi che hanno chiuso.
Utilizzare questi cani nei monitoraggi nei vivai oppure nei punti di ingresso da altri stati quali sono aeroporti, porti, stazioni dei treni per verificare l'introduzione di vegetali insieme ai cani, al fiuto dei cani, per noi è molto importante.
La motivazione e il fatto di essere addestrabili, che sono prettamente selezionate per questi tipi di attività.
Okay, so then we are ready for the Menti. The QR code is coming up. And now at the end of the thematic session, one key message.
Raguetas au Netz, petit snack pour grands rongeurs.
3583. Yeah.
Because I was hearing the video.
Ah.
Just 1 second.
No, it's
Okay. Okay. Yeah. 35, 83, 98, 97. One key message of the afternoon session or the whole thematic session. Just to repeat the QR code, 35, 83, 98, 97. And I see 56 people are already connected. It's getting late. Yeah, the SPS committee rocks. Very good. You may continue with all these good sentences while I wrap up. First, I would like to thank all the speakers during this 1.5 days and delegates for their participation. I hope the session has served as a valuable platform for discussion. And I believe the SPS committee should now be better situated to continue work on import control. I encourage all delegates and participants to consider how to improve SPS import controls in their own jurisdiction and in the SPS committee, how to continue its work on import controls. So now I will later this week, I will report on the thematic session to the formal SPS meeting. And I will also prepare a draft written report under my own responsibility to be circulated after the SPS meeting. So then I would like to thank the interpreters for the dedicated support in making this session run smoothly. And a big thank should go to the very professional WTO SPS Secretariat, especially Isabel, who has been my handler, kicking my leg and holding my hand. And to Christiane, Julissa, and Angela in particular, who has also been involved in the preparation of this thematic session. And I would like to remind that presentations shared today and the recordings of the session are available on the dedicated web page. Again, a big thanks to all the presenters and the panelists, and for those here in Geneva, have a safe trip home. And thanks to the delegates in the SPS committee. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. For the informal session in the CR room. This thematic session is now ended.